Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to the best of the best of the best. Happy birthday to you.
Good morning, colleagues. Let's start. Was slightly late. So good morning to deputy ministers. Good morning to members of parliament. Those who are supporting colleagues at the department, the ministry. Good morning to the chief director and the SETA coordination, Mr. Mabuza Ngubane. Good morning, Advocate Terry Mutau. Thank you very much for coming. Before we start with our opening remarks, I think there's a lot that we'll need to deal with at the beginning of our meeting. But I want us to start by, we know the agenda, we're meeting to deal with a matter that was resolved on the meeting of the 18th of June, 2025, where the committee resolved that we must convene this meeting at an earliest convenient time so that we can clarify certain issues. This meeting was convened initially for last week, Friday, the 11th of July, and had to be postponed because, as I had indicated, I had received a number of apologies from members, and I asked members to indicate if there will be available overwhelming majority of the committee, over 80% of the committee indicated that we must postpone. So contrary to some views that I postponed the meeting because the primary reason was that there was a funeral of the Deputy President, Mabuza, was not true. Members voted, 8 of them out of 8 that legally voted. So it's very important to clarify these things because sometimes when we are on camera, we tend to be sensational and say things that we're not supposed to say. We're going to start by introducing ourselves, and then from there I'll go open the meeting and deal with the house issues that we must deal with before we get into the business of the day. So my name is Tebo Kholitsiye. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training, given the responsibility to chair. So we'll give Anele, and then we'll start with you, Khabo. We'll go up until the last one, the side, and then we'll start with you, Tsepo, that way, and then we'll end this side with the Deputy Minister Kontra. So, Anele.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Anele Kaminges. I'm the Committee Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to everybody else. My name is Khao Latli, the name is Khabo, and I'm a member of this Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo. Ke tla o hauhela ke ska araba taba tse ntse o bua ka tsona. Lebitso la ka ke Karabo Kgakgao, and I am an alternate member of this committee.
Morning, Chair and everybody. My name is Desiree van der Walt and I'm a member of this committee.
Greetings, Chair and everyone. My name is Sipeto Kize, a member of this committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Ministers. Good morning, members. My name is Sanele Zondo, member of this committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, all our invitees from the department. My name is Sihle Ngubane. I'm the member of this committee as well.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ashley Koike, the first source, and I'm a full member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, both Deputy Ministers, Department, Members of Parliament. My name is Sihle Lodz. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, DMs. Good morning, our invitees. My name is Sidu Ganelo Tsepolo. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members, DMs, and all our guests. My name is Mamphaho Modiba, Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, Chair, DMs, and all the guests. Agnetha Arendse, the researcher for the committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, Deputy Ministers. My name is Sipho Stirman. I'm a media manager in the Office of Deputy Minister Conway. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. Let me greet my colleagues and our guests as well. My name is Andy Letekiana from Legal Services. Thank you very much.
Greetings, Chairperson and the House at large. Thank you for being here. The name is Pumela Lengema, Parliamentary Legal Advisor. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, Deputy Ministers, members of the Portfolio Committee, guests and colleagues. My name is Steve Mampejo. I am the Parliamentary Liaison Officer for Deputy Minister Manamela. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the Parliament. My name is Nonjabulo Zuma. I am from the Deputy Minister Buti Manamela's office.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the committee members and the deputy ministers. My name is Sebonga Kwani. I'm a journalist from the Daily Maverick.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. My name is Tando Kolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good morning, Chair, DMs, everybody present. I'm Tanya Kleinans, and I am Executive Secretary to Chairperson.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Shabir Jacobs from IMA Media Africa.
Good morning, Chairperson. Jason Felix, News 24.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee, all protocol observed. My name is Terry Motau, an advocate from the Johannesburg Bar. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, deputy ministers, colleagues. I'm Mabuza Ngubane, Chief Director, SETA Coordination from the department. Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson and everyone involved. My name is Buti Manamela, Deputy Minister, Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the honorable members and everyone present. Kibidua Dr. Mimi Gondwe, ki Deputy Minister, Higher Education and Training. Ke a leboga.
No, thank you very much, colleagues. Now that we know who's here, we can start with our meeting. Let's start with a bit of a background. The committee convened on the 18th of June, 2025, took some resolutions. And one of the, or some of the resolutions are that, were that we must bring in the ministry, which is the minister and deputy ministers. so that we understand the roles that the ministry played in all of this thing. The committee took a resolution that the chairperson must write to all panelists for them to indicate the roles that they have played in the process, because a day before that, the committee had received a confirmation letter from the minister indicating that these members would have been members that were appointed by her to serve on the board, on the panel to appoint SETA board chairpersons. The chairperson wrote to the panelists as per the instruction and gave them until the 25th of June 2025 as per the instruction of or the resolution of the committee. And all members that we wrote to responded, clarifying their participation in the process. Like I said, even before that, we're busy, we're seized with a period of budget debates in Parliament, and we had no time to meet as budget debate moved from or continued from Tuesday till Friday. We were lucky last week, the 11th, that we were granted the day, because if you look at the parliamentary program, there were not too many budget vote debates there. There were few, and that is why the chair of chairs had granted us that opportunity. Unfortunately, we could not sit because of what I said earlier. We applied for today and we were granted the date today. So that's why we're here. So the panelists did write to us on Tuesday, the 15th of July. We wrote to all of them, informing them or reminding them that the meeting will sit this Friday, and we expect them, as we had indicated before, to come read their statements into the records. And we did receive confirmation of attendance from Dr. Rulani Ngwenya, the DDG Rulani Ngwenya, that she will be here. We received a confirmation from Mr. Mabuza Ngubane that he will be here. We received an apology letter from, or with the doctor's note from Nelisi Simane, that she's not well. She's been booked off sick until today. We received confirmation of attendance from Advocate Terry Motau. And in the afternoon, I received an apology from the minister, which I will read to members. Upon receiving the apology from the minister, I responded to her and I indicated that I'm not accepting her apology because it does not make sense. Why would she not be available for today? So maybe I must just read it. So that at least as we move along together. So the minister wrote to us on the 15th around 2 p.m. And the apology reads as follows. So, Dear Honorable Letsie, apology on Portfolio Committee meeting scheduled for 16 and 18 July 2025. And I'm quoting everything, you know. Says, I acknowledge your invitation to the Portfolio Committee meetings on higher education. I regrettably will not be able to attend the meetings mentioned above due to the following reasons. On 16 July 2025, which was on Wednesday, I will be presenting before the ESIEID Cabinet Committee on progress made so far in resolving NSFAS challenges, and later travel to Eastern Cape Province, where from 17 to 18 July 2025, I will be attending the SAFETA GBVF awareness campaign and college SRC induction respectively. Allow me to tender my apology to you and the entire committee in this regard. Duly signed by the minister. On the same evening, I responded to the minister, because if you read her letter there, it indicates that on Friday, today, she will be attending SRC inductions. So I wrote to her on the same day, in the early evening, late afternoon. I said, Dear Dr. Nkabane MP, response to your apologies for the Portfolio Committee meetings on 16 and 18 July 2025. One, I acknowledge receipt of your letter dated 15 July 2025, responding to the invitation of the committee and the Portfolio Committee scheduled for 16 and 18 July 2025. I accept the apology for the meeting of the 16th July due to your cabinet responsibilities and the importance of the subject for discussion. However, the apology for the meeting on 18 July 2025 is hereby not acceptable owing to the importance of the meeting. Whilst I acknowledge the importance of TVET colleges and an induction of governance structures, such as the SRC, the meeting of the Portfolio Committee dealing with the follow-up deliberation in respect to the independent panel for the selection and recommendation of the SETAs Accounting Authority Chairperson is a priority. The reconvening of this meeting forms part of the committee's resolution taken at the meeting held on 18 June 2025. The committee has also requested for a special permission from the House Chairperson of Committees to be allowed to convene this meeting outside of its Wednesday meeting slot, so that it does not clash with the Minister's cabinet responsibilities. Section 92, subsection 2 of the Constitution mandates that members of the cabinet are accountable both collectively and individually to Parliament for their action. Thus, your presence in this meeting on Friday is critical for the committee to fulfill its constitutional oversight mandate. And in conclusion, I request that you kindly reconsider your decision not to attend the meeting of the 18th of July based on the matters raised above. It is not my intention to seek other alternative means within the legislative framework to compel you to come to the meeting. Yours sincerely. I sent the letter on Tuesday the 15th, literally just indicating to the minister that this meeting is very important and we expect her to attend. And then yesterday afternoon, the 17th, we received an apology from the minister for this meeting. I'm trying to open it for you so that I can read it for you. I don't want to misquote. I hope you've been listening, members, no? I've got terrible flu here. Can't find it here. Anel. Please send it to me. No. What's wrong? I found it. So yesterday, the 17th of July, the minister wrote again to the chairperson, says the Honorable Chairperson, request for reconsideration of appearance before the Portfolio Committee on 18 July 2025. I'm quoting everything. It says, I write in response to your letter dated 15 July regarding my scheduled appearance before the Portfolio Committee on 18 July 2025. At the outset, I reaffirm my profound respect for the National Assembly and the vital oversight role of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education. I'm acutely mindful of my constitutional duties as a cabinet minister under Section 92, subsection 2 of the Constitution, and remain fully committed to the principles of transparency and accountability to Parliament. However, I respectfully appeal for the committee's reconsideration of my request for a rescheduling of the session. I'm required to attend a stakeholder engagement focused on gender-based violence prevention and awareness and leadership capacity development within the higher education and training sector /TVETs, a program that was reallocated to this date following the non-authorization of the Minister of Higher Education and Training state visit to the People's Republic of China. This GBV engagement, involving student leaders, institutions, civil society organizations, and the department, addresses one of the most serious and systemic challenges affecting our post-school institution, especially young women. As a minister, I've made the prevention of GBV a strategic and moral priority within the post-school education and training sector, consistent with government's broader commitment. I acknowledge and do not diminish the importance of the committee's follow-up deliberations concerning the appointment process of SETA Accounting Authority chairpersons. I remain ready to appear, to clarify, and fully account on this matter. However, I respectfully request the committee to reconsider rescheduling the session to a mutually agreeable date in the following week, preferably 22 or 23 July 2025, taking cabinet commitments into account. This will enable me to participate meaningfully in both engagement without compromising either constitutional or stakeholders' obligation. Alternatively, I'm willing to make myself available for a virtual appearance after 5 or 1700 hours on either the 18th, which is today, or the 19th, tomorrow, should this assist the committee in maintaining its program whilst accommodating this critical GBV event. This request is made in good faith and not as an act of avoidance. Should the committee feel compelled to explore the use of other mechanisms such as subpoena, I must respectfully note that the public expenditure already committed towards the GBV program will regrettably be rendered wasteful, an outcome I believe we all seek to avoid. Chairperson, I remain at the committee's full disposal to agree on revised date or format for my appearance. And I recommit to corporate governance, sectoral accountability, and service to our people. Thank you for your consideration and continued leadership. Yours faithfully, signed by the Minister of Higher Education and Training. So this is the background, members, that I wanted to, let's put our hands down. Let's not Yeah. So this is the background that I wanted to give members so that we are all on the same page. And then this morning, I received an email from DDG Ngwenya, who wrote to us just after midnight. You remember that DDG Ngwenya had written to us I'm getting serious advice here from. So DDG Ngwenya wrote to us. You remember that she had written to us that she will come. So she wrote to us this morning. So there's a part that I'm not going to read here because I think it's a personal part which I don't think we must put here, but I'll read other parts. So she wrote to us and says, "Dear Honorable Chair, I write to extend my sincere apologies for not being able to attend the Portfolio Committee meeting scheduled for 18 July 2025. Please be assured that this apology is not in any way intended to convey disrespect or defiance towards the authority of Honorable Chairperson or Honorable members of the committee. My travel to Cape Town was approved in anticipation of attending the PC scheduled for 16 and 18 respectively. I traveled on Tuesday, 15 July, as per the approved itinerary, which is attached for your reference." So this one I'm going to skip because it speaks about personal things. On the evening of the 15th of July, 2025, an email was circulated from the Office of the Director General indicating that the Portfolio Committee meeting scheduled for 18 July has been cancelled, as the Minister had submitted an apology and consequently departmental support will not be required. I subsequently sought clarification regarding our attendance, particularly for those of us who had received direct invitations from the Honorable Chairperson. However, no clear directive was issued from the Office of the Director General. A follow-up email later advised that we should remain on standby as the committee had requested the Honorable Minister to reconsider her apology. We are informed that a final decision will be communicated in due course. In compliance with this instruction, I remained in Cape Town on standby throughout 16 July 2025. By 11:30 on 17 July 2025, no further communication had been received from the DG's office. Considering the financial implication, I sought permission from the Acting Director General to cancel my continued stay in Cape Town and return to Pretoria. This request was approved by the Acting Chief Financial Officer, and I subsequently rebooked on an afternoon flight, a return flight to OR Tambo International Airport. Unfortunately, official communication confirming the continuation of the Portfolio Committee meeting was only received while I was already mid-air en route to Johannesburg and was only able to see it upon landing. At that point, it was no longer feasible to return to Cape Town on the same day. This situation was further compounded by a personal arrangement made earlier in the day regarding my personal issue. So that's what he said. I apologize profusely and sincerely regret any inconvenience this may have caused. Your kind consideration of the above is greatly appreciated. So those would have been that would have been the background that I wanted to give. a few things that I want you to highlight as I'm going to give you to come speak. One would be to note that there would have been a letter from within the department coming from the Office of the Director General informing those in the department that our meeting has been cancelled, which we've never cancelled any meeting. Very disturbing. Number two is that one of the panelists, Asisi Pesolane, even after being reminded, has decided to blue tick us, has never said anything, no apology, no confirmation, nothing. Number three, the minister is requesting that she can make herself available between 22 and 23 won't work because 23 were voting for appropriations. So, so the minister is making herself available for the 22nd of July, which is next week Tuesday. Like I said, I got the email late yesterday. I've not responded to it because it was late yesterday. I decided I'll table it here for consideration. So members must help us get to a reasonable conclusion on the matter so that when we communicate something that is reasonable. So those are the three issues I'm tabling before you. So one is that, I had accepted the apology of the Chief of Staff because she had attached a medical certificate, and the medical certificate had indicated that she's been booked off sick until today. So these are the issues that when I note you, I want you to help us to conclude on what do we do, the way forward on each of them. One is the apology of Dr. Ngwenya or DDG Ngwenya, Ms. Rulane Ngwenya, indicates that the Office of the Director General had communicated that our meeting has been postponed. And we've never communicated such. What do we do there? One, when you speak, I want you to speak on those few things, and then we'll get into the number two. Asisi Pesolane blue ticked. Yeah, you know this thing of Bluetooth, ne? No, you see this thing of Bluetooth. I was transferring somebody something with Bluetooth, so they stuck with me. Blue ticked us. What do we do there? And then the request of the minister. What do we do with the request of the minister? So, okay, I'll write here. So when you speak, I want you to concentrate on these ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are only three issues that we are going to speak on. So I'm going to time you to maximum 4 minutes to speak on these three issues. So I'll go this way. I'll start with you, Khabo, followed you with Khakao, Desiree, Mkize, Zondo, Gubane, Souls, Lonzi, and Low. Where's younger? Oh, younger is younger, Low and younger. Ungathi angikuboni futhi yabo. Yeah, uyehlise lento leyo uyibeke. Um, Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure if you are able to protect me from the sound that is coming from the back, Chair. Can you also protect me from the honorable member next to me here, Chair? And Chair, let me appreciate the presentation and welcome all members of the panel who have managed to avail themselves. It's appreciated. It's also a demonstration of the respect for the rule of law. That one I thought I must indicate it first and foremost, because from where I'm sitting, those who did not come to this meeting, it's a clear demonstration for disrespecting the rule of law in its processes. Second thing, Chair, that I wanted to raise. Firstly, I must indicate in this meeting that the minister is not in any position to tell us whether must we postpone the meeting or not. In fact, it must be indicated in this meeting that this portfolio committee will not operate based on the availability of the minister. Thirdly, it must be reaffirmed that this meeting will continue whether the minister is there or not, precisely because of this, not for the first meeting that we had postponed due to the unavailability of the minister. Now, going straight to the issue that you had presented before us in terms of the process that you had followed, Chairperson. One, we firstly need to take into consideration the fact that the DG has misrepresented the committee by saying that the meeting has been postponed when the meeting has not been postponed. In fact, to a large extent, it's problematic that the DG will postpone a meeting that he himself has not convened. That must be taken into consideration. But second to that, Chairperson, it must be noted that the actions of the DG, in a way, they are disrupting the smooth running of this committee. And I would suggest that we must also take into consideration with the facts that are before us. The DG, not only the minister, it's one of the people who has misled this committee. Maybe I must remind this committee that the DG has also indicated that he was not involved in any process that led to the appointment of the panel. But the facts that are before us are demonstrating that the DG was involved. And with that being said, Chairperson, I would propose that the DG, as much as I would also propose that the minister, unfortunately, in a way, she seems not to be understanding her powers. She seems not to be understanding the role of the portfolio committee in terms of playing oversight. She seems to be punching way above her weight and clearly not aligned or having an understanding of the parliamentary accountability ecosystem. I would also propose that, Chair, both the minister and the DG must be subjected to all processes that are outlined in the, where is that act that you like using, Chairperson? Let me speak of the powers and privileges and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislature, Act number 4 of 2004. Specifically dealing with chapter 3 of it and chapter 4, if not mistaken. Chapter 4 dealing with disciplinary actions against members who are in contempt of parliament. And my understanding and interpretation of that is both the minister and the DG, they are guilty of such act as outlined in chapter 3 and chapter 4. The last issue that I wanted to indicate, Chairperson, so my proposal is that we must subject them to that process as outlined. Secondly, I wanted to deal with Mr. Asisipo. You know this, Mr. Asisipo. Thank you, Chairperson.
Kialeboha, Chairperson, 3 things. 1, Minister Nkabane or that which is problematic. You don't need to read hard as to what's going on here. It is very clear to see. My understanding is that TVET colleges are the delegation of DM Manamela, unless things have changed. But if TVET colleges are a delegated function of one of Minister Nkabane's deputy ministers, there's absolutely no reason why the minister must be in the Eastern Cape herself. The same, because right now, 2 deputy ministers are sitting here who do not have any constitutional authority to appoint SETA board chairpersons, let alone convene a panel to advise them on that appointment. Essentially, we're sitting with 2 deputy ministers here who are not responsible for nothing, essentially unable to tell us anything that we need, because the person who's going to be able to tell us and who must be able to tell us what's going on is Minister Nkabane. And her being evasive in this process is not only a spit in our faces, because it's a waste of our time, but it's also a spit in the faces of the people of this country who depend on a ministry that's going to function properly, with a minister who understands their role as far as integrity is concerned and as far as conducting the affairs of ministry honestly. She is blatantly and clearly evading accountability here, and we see this. So that must be recorded, that this is something that is not acceptable. And if a minister who, according to the ethical code of conduct of members of the executive, can decide on which day she wants to come and account on which day she wants, then not only must the deputy president deal with him, but it maintains the point of why President Ramaphosa must fire Nobuhle Ngabane. That point must just remain clear there. But another thing here is important. As far as the letter that DGC she sent, the letter that was sent by the Director General, I'm sure that Mabuza Ngubane would have also received it. But he's here. So I'm struggling unless there's something I don't understand. If a DG sends a letter that goes to the entire department cancelling a meeting, and one of the staffers decides to follow the letter, then maybe Ntate Ngubane must now tell us how he is here and how Rulani Ngwenya is not here. And also, I don't take kindly to that letter either, because the people who invited her to this meeting are not her department. She wasn't coming here to account on departmental business, as is usually the agenda item that says the department must come and therefore this is the delegation. She was invited here on the basis of Minister Nkabane saying she sat on the panel. So the people that she was supposed to consult about whether the meeting is taking place or not is yourself and Anele Kabingez, and not Director Sish. So I'm not buying that at all. It doesn't smell right. It smells very fraught. And I think it's something that we must be able to interrogate its absolute truth. The bottom line still remains in conclusion, Chairperson, that if Advocate Terry Motau is able to be here, Ntate Mabuza Ngubane is able to be here today, the only person who, if indeed she's sick and she's dying in a hospital bed, unable to come here, would be the minister's chief of staff. But nobody else has an excuse to not come. But even the minister's chief of staff not appearing looks shady, because you can't have your minister, her chief of staff, and her advisor, all 3 unavailable to come and account for a web of lies that were concocted in that office.
Honorable van der Walt, when you come, the 2 colleagues have not assisted us. I said to you, let's leave political statements won't help us. I've asked 3 questions. How do we move? What
Can we call order, Chair?
You're calling order on what?
On you, Chair.
What is the order?
I mean, we are making a submission. The next thing you are telling us that we are not helpful. When our submissions have responded to the 3 questions that you have put in before us, what are you saying, in fact?
That's not the point of order. Honorable van der Walt, there's 3 questions here on what do we do. Number 1, what do we do? We've got the allegations from the DDG indicating that they've received. What do we do from the DG? Number two, we've got the advisor to the minister was not responded to us. What do we do? We've got the appeal of the minister asking us to reconsider having a meeting with her on a different date, preferably on Tuesday, the 22nd. Let's respond to those things so that when we make conclusions, we make conclusion based on those particular things. Honorable van der Walt.
Yeah, Chair. Let me start off by saying on the DG. I think the DG, and Chair, you will recall on more than one occasion, we told this committee in the presence of the minister and the DG and various DDGs, etc., that we are not in the 6th Parliament, we're in the 7th Parliament, and we will not leave the same legacy as the previous, and that I actually asked, and another colleague, I think Honourable Khabu also in some way said, that the previous minister and the DG must be summoned to appear before us for what they left to the 7th Parliament. Now today I'm saying, first of all, the DG is quite correct. DG has got zero authority to talk on behalf of this committee or intervene in correspondence to staff across the department, speaking on behalf of you, Chair, and this committee. I feel that the DG, who sat next to the minister in that long Friday, the 30th, I think it was, advising the minister what to say and how to respond to our questions, which was unacceptable, and I think on various occasions they were called to order during that meeting. And Chairperson, he gets appointed by a higher authority, and I think you should write to the higher authority, put a great explanation on why that DG must be fired from this department. He is not contributing. It's a year since the last election in the 7th Parliament. He's not contributing. And may I add, on the instruction to staff not to appear and that meetings were cancelled, I want to emphasize that he should be made very aware that he or anybody else in his department should not intimidate that staffer or official to come and do as the committee summons, because quite correctly, this committee has got the authority to summons anybody to appear, and we don't want to see officials being intimidated. On the minister has not only got a DM on TVET, she also has a DM on GBV, which has been very active, and we just saw it on Wednesday in our committee presentation. So I will never ever downplay GBV or our students for that matter, because we are here for them. But there are 2 DMs here in both what is affected on her apology that could have gone there. She's the one who should have sit here and not the 2 DMs. It's unacceptable. And she has to, Chair, she cannot go publicly like in the media again. She doesn't know about all these things about her and that she might be fired. She knows damn well. And she should be held account by the president who appointed her, and I think we must write to the president about the minister's behavior again. She's avoiding us because she's guilty. There's no other reason. Chairperson, and on the 22nd, surely she knows so much that she doesn't even know we have an appropriation bill on a Wednesday, the 23rd. So let's summon her on the 22nd on condition that if she is still the minister on that day, she has no right for leave of absence from that. Otherwise, that summons means nothing. She will just have another excuse because she became like a PhD in how to write apologies on the last minute. It's not acceptable at all. And with that, I hope I help you by saying summons her on condition. And I think that summons must go further than just her office. And the DG must come with her, not other officials who I must echo what colleagues have said. Thank you to those who did pitch. But if there's intimidation by the DG and others in this department, we'll get to them too. Thank you, Chair.
Kiza.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, blue ticking us is firstly rendering this committee useless. In the process of that, making it not possible to facilitate proper governance and fight corruption. At the same time, facilitate change that is needed by the people on the ground, because our main client is the people on the ground. So neglecting and compromising the people's mandate by blue ticking the committee, which is meant to support the department, government at large, in pursuit of transformation and redress of issues on the ground, is serious injustice. I'm aware, Chair, that even the MK party has written so many letters to the minister without responses. And this committee is here for the purpose to make sure that the right thing is done at the right time, the right way, right place. So if you blue tick it, you are actually undermining the state itself. So I move, Chair, that whatever mechanism is there to make people respect this parliament and its committees, respect the people, such mechanism has to be activated. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you very much. Babu Kiza. Only spoke on one item. Zondo.
No, thanks, Chair. I think we'll start on the one for.
Put mic closer.
I start on the one for DG. I'm still battling, Chair, to balance my mind on whether the communication made by the DG the communication made by the DG was officially so or something. Why I'm saying so? It's because we called someone straight, not via the department. And he get a notification to say there's no meeting now from the DG, whereas he was not invited by the DG. So that's why I'm saying I'm failing to balance in my mind to say, is the DG on the wrong side here? We'll look at that part that touches the DG. But in terms of the DG communicating that the meeting is not sitting, I think the recipient of that communication is the one who got a problem, because we are supposed to check with you, Chair, or Anele, you know. So on that one, I think the person who's playing with us here is the one who was receiving this communication. Okay. The issue of the minister, maybe I will second Honorable to say, let's give it Tuesday. Why so? It's because it will be the last date that we are giving her as the committee. Because now I don't know what she is trying to do, because you can't run forever. In fact, lies have short legs. That's why now we're here. And for me, Chair, I don't see, unless we'll say if we are continuing with this meeting, we are saying that we are holding a first half, then it's gonna be a second half, because that will be it. Because we want all of them, so that we'll deal with this matter once and for all. You know, so I'm begging to say, if we are continuing with this meeting, we are saying we have a first half with not a complete team, because even the panel is not all here. It's another case that the minister decided not to come. So on the issue of the minister, I think let's give it Tuesday as a final day. If she fails to appear before the committee, then I don't know what is the next step, Chair, from us before the president. We'll take that route to say we are done. If he decide to keep the minister as the minister, she will account to the president alone, because she can't account to us. He proved that beyond reasonable doubt that she doesn't respect this committee. I don't know if he have to come and give us all a high five here to say that I don't respect you, but he done it. I think I've covered your 3 points. Which one is left? Oh, the one that is Bluetoothing you, Chair. No, I think, Chair, we need to set the tone, Chair. Whoever, what do you call this thing? So to take us for granted, we need to take legal actions, very serious. For everybody who, when they look at this committee or any other committees of parliament, people must respect committees of parliament. So we must take strong legal action against that person. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks a lot, Chair. I think, we woke up, all of us here, prepared to come and do the work of the parliament as members of parliament voted by our constituency to come and hold the department accountable. So it's disappointing to be at this stage, Chair. So I think we're at a state where the Department of Higher Education has never, ever been first of its kind. So no one has seen this nonsense that is happening today. Two, and then the chief of staff and the advisor to the minister is clear that the minister is pulling the string on what they must answer, the blue ticking and all those stuff. So we need to go a legal route of getting our answer on those ones, because it's clear. Remember, they're reporting to the minister. It means it's minister who told them that go there, don't go there, or do whatever you want to do. So we need to go to the legal route. The DG part, it means he's now trying as well to comply to the boss by dictating and disrupting the meeting that is called by the committee. My worry, Chair, is on Rulane, because you can see now within the department there is a bully. Now the staff will start to be bullied and threatened, and their jobs will be at risk because there is someone who's decided to be the boss of everyone. So there is that problem. I don't know how we're gonna continue, Chair, with one DDG here and one member who advocate Motau here, when the other members are not here. We will be interrogating a half-baked cake. So, because we've read all of their letters, it's clear. So for me to continue, I don't know. The committee must decide whether we continue or not, because it's clear there's a defiance. So which means we must go a legal route on fighting against that. And now we're at the mercy of the president to help us to the person who is reporting to him. So those are the major contribution, Chair. For the blue ticking one and the one that didn't come, we must go the legal route. We, as a portfolio committee, we want to start to look at protecting the staff under the DDG. There is that thing that's going to happen now, because it's clear others know the real responsibility of the portfolio committee, that we are bound by law to subpoena everyone, doesn't matter. And they are here because they respect, they've been serving this committee for years. They know what it means to be subpoenaed by the committee, that you must be here. So I think that's what we need to do, Chair, in that nutshell. That's my contribution. Thanks.
Chairperson, Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic philosopher, he says, the person who clings to falsehoods or refuses to acknowledge error suffers more in the long run than the one who is willing to learn and grow. The blue ticking, the DG's actions, those are just distractions. Our goal is not to worry about our egos being blue ticked or not. Those are minor issues. Ours is to hold the executive accountable. It is not about the minister appearing before the committee. It is about the minister answering South Africans for her actions. Let's keep our eyes on the goal, the process of accountability. Therefore, we'll wait. If it's the 22nd, I will only participate in a meeting where the minister is present and all that was involved. So, 22nd, Chairperson, let's meet with the minister on the 22nd and hold her accountable for her actions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Hold on, Lonzi. I want to start this thing. It's going to start now and you think I'm sabotaging your time. You can go ahead.
No, thanks, Chair. I don't think I'm going to be long. I think maybe to pick up from what Honorable Saul said is that there seems to be a forgetting of what really the main fight was about here from the start. And the fight was about having our SETAs do the work that they are supposed to do. Ensuring that we've got the correct people who are appointed to our SETAs, ensuring that we deal with the corruption in our SETAs, ensuring that the comrades who are connected, the corrupt officials and all of those are uprooted from our SETAs so that our SETAs can be able to serve the youth of South Africa. When we woke up this morning, Chair, we woke up to statistics which said the South African Police Service advertised 5,500 posts for young people to participate in the training program. And as shocked as we all were, 927,000 young people applied to just 5,000 posts. So it means at least more than 920,000 young people in South Africa are not going to be in education, are not going to be in employment, and they're not going to be in training, the so-called NEET youth. Now, that is the gap that the SETAs is supposed to fill, because the billions and the millions that our government invests, the budgets that were being debated and are going to be voted on, those monies are supposed to be used to upskill our youth, to train our youth, and to ensure that they are placed in the necessary firms. I mean, we know the corruption that happens. For example, if we look at what happens in the construction SETAs, we see how big business is able to take budgets, not necessarily to train young people, but to cut production costs. Because if I'm a construction company and I'm paying a workforce of 200 people, and then I convince or I trick government that I'm going to train 100 young people, I'm cutting costs, because it means now there are going to be 100 laborers who are going to be paid by government under the guise of the SETAs. So that is the main cause here. But of course, on the way, we then reach this major stumbling block of a department that is unwilling to take accountability and a ministry that is unwilling to take accountability of that particular work. So I just wanted to remind us, Chair, of where really this fight is coming from. But as I said, I won't be long. On the DG, I think, Chair, the DG must be called to come and explain why he would send out an email cancelling our meeting, because it's a meeting of Parliament. Not even a state president can cancel a meeting of Parliament. If the Speaker of Parliament were to call a meeting and the President, Cyril Ramaphosa, must come to the meeting, as powerful as he is, commanding the South African Defence Force and all of that, not even a state president can cancel a meeting of Parliament. That's why we've got the separation of powers. That's why we've got the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature. It doesn't happen. So for a mere DG to think that he can cancel a meeting of Parliament, I think that he must be called to account, Chair, and we'll give him our comments when he's here. Although very reluctant, I think I'll agree with Honorable Sauls. The 22nd of July is next week, Tuesday. So it's just, if we don't count the weekend, it's just one business day. And then I think let's, if members agree, let's push our meeting to the 22nd so that the minister can be present. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The president is not just the commander of the SNDF, it's the commander of the armed and the disarmed forces, the real CIC. Honorable Low.
No, thanks, Chair. I think, Chair, we've been dragging for about 3 months with regard to this issue.
Chair, you omitted me again.
No, I've noted you after Honorable Law. Sorry, Honorable Law. Let me start your time. Somebody disrupting me.
Okay, Chair. As I was saying, Chair, while you are dealing with the time issue, let me... Chair, first and foremost, we would have requested that the minister must finish us with minutes, reports, and everything for us to could have convened this meeting, which we did not receive as a portfolio committee. Secondly, Chair, without having to want to fall into a trap where I'll be told we did not answer the questions. First and foremost, I want to echo the same sentiments that the minister must be sent straight right forward all the evidence to the Ethics Committee to deal with the matter without having to hesitate. Because we've been dragging, we've written letters, we've taken all the steps as the committee. And I think the Parliament give us the obligation to refer such a matter to the Ethics Committee so that we can be able to deal with the behavior and the ethical conduct that we have observed as the members of Parliament, 1. 2, I want us to agree that for those that been critiquing us, there must be someone in this Parliament so that they are able to come and reply and respond to issues. And 3, I want us to afford the panelists who are here today an opportunity to respond to our questions so that as we compile our report, referring it to Ethics Committee with regard to what we have, it becomes solid. And then as we are going to summon the 3 panelist members who are able to get a solid report that gives directive as to what we want to attain. We can't forever drag the matter at the expense of the students who are suffering, not getting their allowances. We have seen lately now, NSFAS has released a statement to say they want to verify the private providers as to are they going to be paid or what. And yet our female students are yet to pay to their bodies because they have been abused, because they don't have the means to pay for what is expected from them. So for those who do not come to the DG, because I know Ethics Committee to its act, for those who are come to Parliament can be also drawn to the committee. So it is quite important that we summon the DG, we summoned the DG Rulani, we summoned Solane to come and account here and strictly refer the matter of the minister to Ethics Committee. Because I can tell you, Chair, by the time we are going to even call the minister on the 22nd, we might have another issue that the minister might not be able to appear to Parliament. Now, fair enough, for progress sake for this Parliament, I want to recommend that we take the Minister to Ethics Committee together with the DG, because the DG is accountable to Parliament. And then we proceed with the meeting where we are going to have to ask the questions as to was there a process, because we have read letters, we receive letters, and it's only important if we get clarity on a record purpose so that we're able to assist Parliament. So I don't want to wish to waste time. Those are my proposal to the committee, and I would wish that we proceed with the panelists who are here to clarify. Thanks, Chair.
Younger.
Thanks, Chair. You really don't need to time me. I will be very short. But I think I will concur with the speaker that just landed. We must at least give the panelists that are here time to present their side of the story. Even though, Chair, it's very time consuming, because thinking about it, we will have first round and second half of this one meeting that we're supposed to sit. When we speak of the DG's case, I think DG ngumuntu nje talented. He's a stronghold of being. I always think the DG is the security guy. Wherever the minister is, the DG is there. So I thought maybe he was a VIP protection of some sort. Now he has powers to stop our meeting. I think he's a very talented guy. If you ask why are you always following the minister, it's because he supports the minister. But when the minister is seated, they can't respond. He's not there to support. So we must summon the DG, and he must give clarity. Why did he send the communique that he sent to this person that we called in this house? And thirdly, Chair, the meeting on Tuesday can sit only if the minister is here. I think maybe we will need to escalate this issue once and for all. The minister must come and account so that we end this business. We can't be running around discussing this issue for the whole year, whereas we have real issues out there that we need to respond to. There was a case that I was reading, Chairperson, that was sent to the committee by a student of UNIS. There are many that we need to deal with, and we have to deal with one problem that needs to be accounted for by one person who just does not want to come and answer. Maybe get Chair, with the powers invested in you, you must make sure that Tuesday she must come, and her people, they must come and account, see Valele topic, so that we start with the new term, with new things, because this thing here has gone long, way too long. And you know, when you are following Karabo, you just know that, oh, Honorable Karabo, that this thing here must be closed. We are tired. We are really tired. But to DG, and if one, he can stop following the minister and do his work, and two, and stop being a member of parliament. He has never been elected by any voters of South Africa, so he has no obligation to intervene on how we run our meetings. And the minister must not do it also, because we are seeing now she's trying to guide on how and when to sit the meeting. It must not be allowed by this committee or by anyone in this manner. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. Yeah, Tuesday won't work as well. Because plenary starting at 10, we just checked now. Okay, so let's close the
Chair,
thing.
may I, before you conclude, just ask a clarity question on something you presented before you respond?
You had a chance to speak.
Yeah, but my bell didn't go. Your bell didn't go. Now, just a clarity.
Okay,
thank
just
you, Chair.
because
You look very enthusiastic.
No, just because here in the committee, it's only you and I who are older, so I'm only allowing you.
Oh, well. Chair, now, in the letter, the apology of the minister, you read that she referred to the wasteful expenditure or the cost matter, am I right? So I want to support that those who are here present because people incurred costs. But the minister is causing wasteful expenditure. She mustn't refer us to that when she's causing it.
Okay, that's, these days, you are very strong with political statements. Desiree. Honorable Zondo, you don't want me to conclude what you have just said, to summarize? Or you forgot something?
I think, Chair, we have two proposals.
No, so allow me to summarize. So you want to summarize the two proposals?
No, it's because now you have given us an information that Tuesday.
No, hold on. I'll summarize.
Okay.
Don't worry. So we'll do it this way, colleagues. I think when I look at the majority of you agree that we must get to the end of this process. And the majority of you are saying it's only the minister who will help us get to the bottom of this. So even though her plea letter had indicated 22 or 23, the dates that are not available, I'm going to check with the chair of chairs. I know Thursday is caucus days. And that will be the first available day. So I'm going to check with the chair of chairs. If caucuses, political parties have got their caucuses, then we'll apply to sit at 2, but we must be prepared to leave at night. It might be earlier because we'll be done with the 2 panelists. Will not request them to come back. So majority of you are saying we must bring her back. So the first, so it means I must, from here, I must speak to her before I apply. Thursday or Friday. Hold on, Desiree. I'm reading the majority of members said they want to conclude this day with the minister. That's what your numbers are saying. Majority of you. So this is the good thing about democracy. Democracy says you'll vote left. I mean, you see, Honorable Lonzi got 9%, and he must accept it. That the people voted, it said 1994 or 2024. 2024 is our 94. They got 9%. Put your hand down, I'll give you guys after. I'm summarizing the views here of the people who said what in the meeting. Majority are saying we must consider giving her a thing to come back to speak on this matter. That is one. And I'm saying the 22nd and the 23rd is not available. We will apply for Thursday, but Thursday is normally a caucus in the morning. I know we don't have a sitting in the afternoon. It's okay. Or Friday next week, so that we close the matter, right? And then the overwhelming majority of you are saying we must summon the Director General to explain his role on a number of issues. We must summon Assisi Pesolani for not responding to us, and we must summon Ms. Rulani Ngwenya to explain this thing with the DG. We'll also invite Nelisiwe Simane, because at least some of you has accepted the apology. I mean, you know, when we don't have proof of somebody faking something, we must not make it a reality that there's such a thing. So then we had 2 members who said, in the meantime, we must send the minister to ethics on evading parliament. If we're agreeing that we're bringing the minister to come before the committee, I don't think it will be wise to take it to ethics on evading. And I agree with members that minister, we must have a strong word with the minister that she can't tell us how to or when to have our meetings. We communicated this meeting with the minister last week, Thursday, on the 10th. And she only responded after we're reminding them on Tuesday that she may not be available. We did not agree with that apology. And she sent a message later, yesterday, just at the close of business yesterday. So I do agree with the members who are saying we can't have telling us how to run our meetings. So a majority of you, I mean, including, I can count you who said we must give it a second chance. Desiree was the first one, Kize, Zondo, Ngubane, Souls, Honorable Lonzi, and Honorable Governor who said we must bring her only if she's available. So 7 members here out of 10 of you indicated that we must bring the minister back. So when we summarize your view. These are your views on bringing her back. And then we are going to conclude that way on this specific matter that I've noted you put your hand down. I've noted you, I'll call you. And from there we will, obviously the 22nd and 23rd is not available. And then others were going to process in that fashion. So Honorable Khabo, what was your point of order?
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, it is my strong view that you are misinterpreting our submissions in terms of your face value analysis as to what informs our view. The majority view here, and I would want to propose that you must subject it to voting. The majority view is that the minister must be subjected to ethics committee, not convene another meeting to come and sit here and expect the minister to respond to things that we know.
Okay.
So it is my view and propose that to divide the house so that we do not rely on filtered.
No problem. Close your mic. I've read you the number of people, called them by name, the number of people who have proposed that the minister must be called back. It's not unfiltered, it's not filtered. I'm going to read them again to you. Hold on, hold on, put your hands down. Hold on, you see democracy, no? This is how democracy works. Hold on. Honorable Governor supported that the minister must be brought in. She said, the rider there, only if she's available. That's what she said. But the submission is that the minister must be brought back here. That is number one. Number two, Honorable Lonzi said here, and if I call your name and you did not say what I'm saying, you must then indicate so that, because don't try to tell me what the other person say and that person is not raising their hand. Honorable Lonzi said we bring her back, right? Number three, Honorable Souls said we bring, obviously we started with a very powerful quote, but she said we bring her back. You count, in the meantime, it's three. Honorable Ngubane, apart from saying yes, there's bullying and all of that, but we bring her back to close this matter. Honorable Zondo indicated that yes, we're being undermined by the office of the DG and people are blue-ticking us, but the minister will bring her back, but we bring all of them back. His issue was we don't continue with the two, we bring all of them back. We don't have round one and round two, but he says we bring her back. Zondo, hold on. Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I think that's why I raised my hand that time to say, when we are saying Tuesday is not available, then let's take it, because we are dealing with a calculated undermining strategy here. Minister knows that next week he won't be available. She won't be available. Let's take her to ethics. That you heard me correct when I said, because I don't want this to present today.
Yeah.
Then let's wait for the minister for Tuesday.
Yeah.
But after you've gathered that Tuesday also is not available, then I up my mind to say this is a calculated strategy.
Hold on. So what I'm reading is what you said, right? What I'm reading here is what you said, which is the point I'm making. So you are now saying you want to spoil your ballot on what you have said here. That's what you are now saying. It's a different matter. Honorable Ngubane, what was your hand?
Chair, I think you've quoted me correctly. I want you to add, because there is something similar to Honorable Zondo, which I said specifically. If we continue today, we will be dealing with a half-baked cake, which will be useless to us, which means I then said it will be useless to carry on with interviewing those ones because all of them are not here. Please, if you can add to that. But on all what you've said, you've quoted me correctly, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm continuing. And then Kiza was the fifth one who said we bring her. Number 6 was Desiree, who said we summon her on the 22nd on the conditions that they come with the DG. And this is after that you had said that she does have a DM dealing with GBV, and what she's saying is an excuse. That's what you would have said. So those are the people who had said we bring the minister back here. No, hold on. No. So there's a lot of lobbying here. Hold on. So you are saying I must not summarize the meeting? Then,
Chair, can I just help you on reporting? You said I was the first one. I was the first one who you read made a proposal
Yeah.
to bring her back.
Yeah.
On the 22nd, because she offered those 2 dates.
Yeah.
Now, the 23rd is the appropriation bill. We have to be present.
Yeah.
The 22nd, you can have a committee whilst there is a plenary.
Yeah.
There's no 3-line whips or voting or whatever the case may be. And she offered that. So give her the benefit of the doubt. She wants the 22nd, we'll give it. If she then doesn't pitch, but we're not going to buy time for her after the 26th. 22nd, apology.
No
So that was why I made that proposal.
No, you and I are aligned, Desiree. We're on the same
Yay.
page. We're on the same page. I'm making, what are you saying, Haha?
Thank you, Chairperson. Hanzo Nkludisa. The point that I want to make here is this. The agreement is that Ngabane cannot run away from us forever. She is the one who
Let's
created.
not make political
I'm not making a political statement.
you
You're
are.
allergic to anything that comes out of my mouth.
No,
Teja.
but Haha, listen.
No.
No, listen.
You can't, if you are going.
No, listen.
Allow me to finish my sentence and then interject. Then you
are
can
doing-
decide what
you are
I'm
doing
saying.
a political statement.
I'm not.
You
The
don't have
point
time
is
for
that
that.
the minister
So you
cannot.
are responding to what I'm proposing.
Chairperson.
No, you're going, I'm the presiding
No.
officer.
How
Close
you
your
know
mind.
again now,
Close your mind.
when somebody else says
Close
it,
your
it
mind.
sounds perfectly fine.
Close your mind.
That's the point I'm
Close your
making.
mind.
No,
I'm
Chairperson.
warning you, Honorable Haha.
No,
Close your
Chairperson,
mind.
you are doing this deliberately
Close
because
your
you
mind.
do not want to have
I'm
a fair
warning you.
process on the process.
I'm warning you. Close your
No.
mind. Yeah. So anybody I've given here, they've been commenting on the summary I've been making. Don't come here and make a political statement. There's on the commenter, no, the commenter about the minister running away. Don't shout at me. No, don't shout at me. You see, I've warned you once. So you are I'm allowing you to comment only on the summary I've made. I've given you a time to speak. You did not speak on what I've proposed that we speak on. You made political statements. And no one is going to make a political statement on this summary that I've made. I want you to, when you say, Chair, this is what you proposed, or this is what members spoke about, and this is your summary, this is what I suggest we do. That's what Desiree did. He said, she asked, no, you're making a political statement, and I'm not going to give you to speak. Because I don't have time for political statements. We are very serious. So this is how we're going to close on this matter. Desiree will try the 22nd, will apply. But if it does not happen, we'll check with the office. If we can't do, no, Monday we can't do, it's political party day. It's a constituency. We can't, that one is a long process. Will not win because I must first apply to George. George won't approve from your party. Yeah, no. So we'll try Tuesday, as she had indicated. Before we leave here, I would have made sure that at least we have submitted our application. If not, we'll either try Thursday afternoon or Friday morning, but it will be by end of next week would have concluded the matter. These are the views of the members. So this one we have closed with members. We're going to continue on this thing. No.
Order. You said you're dealing with the summary, and this is what I was trying to caution you on.
No.
There's another element of the ethics that's missing behind.
Who asked you to open your mind?
Wabana, what you're doing to me, you should be able to do with everybody else. You're not going to victimize me because you don't like me.
Who asked you to open your mind?
Chairperson,
I'm
you're
only
asking
close your
us.
mind.
No, Chair.
Close your
When
mind.
other people open their mics,
Close
do
your
not
mind.
fight. When Karabo Larato Khakau does it, all hell breaks loose.
You see, I'm warning you now for the 5th time. I'm warning you for the 5th time. We are not going to do that here. This is the 5th time I've warned you. Honorable Lonzi. No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying you must. Honorable Law, on this, on the summary that I'm saying, what are you saying?
Chair, due to the recent conundrum and much more misunderstandings, I want to echo that we relook onto the proposal, because I would have proposed ethics given the fact that we've exonerated all the avenues and They were about a mixture of members saying we should. So I'm proposing we revote on the matter to say that given the fact that we've rejected the apology of the minister, we can't be considering a date if we've rejected the apology of the minister. And then thirdly, we are saying because this matter now is a serious matter and we've concluded onto it, there are elements of sabotage where there were members who have sent letters not to come. We take the matter to ethics with the evidence we have and we summon the three and then we continue with the committee so that we don't delay the progress of making sure the department is going forward. That was my proposal. Thanks, Chair.
Yes, and I said there's two people who spoke on the issue of ethics. But when you say we must take the matter to ethics, what part are we submitting to ethics? What are we saying? Yeah, explain that part.
Chair, when you take a matter to ethics, initially it will be a matter that you are misled. Ethics must investigate, and we've been bringing the matter too long as a committee. And as we are sitting here, there are letters of members of the panel, letters appointed by the minister, who are saying they were never part of the process who participated, as we've read the letters, and they are here also to give effect. And already, thirdly, Advocate Urlani has been told not to come to a parliamentary meeting as an act of sabotage. Now, I am saying, and I'm proposing that we refer the matter to ethics because it has all the apparatus and the tools to deal with such elements of behavior and conduct at a point where the committee has exhausted all avenues. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. So the committee members, they're saying we bring her on the 22nd as per her letter pleading with us. So when we write to ethics, we then say we have exhausted all avenues. How when members just resolved that we bring her in that particular meeting. So that's the issue that we must then do, because if we bring her in, we'll still interrogate her version versus the version of the people, and that might make you lose in court when you open a case when you have not established the facts. Honorable Khabo.
Chairperson, I still maintain my view that you are selectively understanding our submissions in terms of our views. That's why I would still maintain my view that you must divide the house, because the two views that are before us are somehow related. Firstly, the proposal is that both the minister and the DG must be submitted to, must be taken to the ethics committee. The second proposal says that she must come on Tuesday. And out of all the members who have spoken here, both of them have touched on these two issues. It is my view that you are selectively choosing which one do you want to entertain. Divide the house and say that those who are saying that she must come on Tuesday, because from where I'm sitting, there is a view that there's no need for us to call the minister on Tuesday because we have called her for the past three times and she did not come. It is for that reason that we must conclude that she must be taken to ethics committee, listen to the views of the panel members, take note of their submission as part of the package to the ethics committee. So divide the house on two issues. Whether the meeting must sit on Tuesday or the matter must be taken straight to ethics committee. So that we conclude this matter, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. There is some sort of gray area between what Khabo and I want to, and Khabo is saying and what I want to say. This is the point I've been trying to make all along. So us taking minister to the ethics, which can come in a form of a supplementary affidavit to the one I already submitted to ethics, does not have to be dependent on whether we meet her on Tuesday or not. No, she's been defiant. She comes as she pleases. She tells us information when she wants, and when she doesn't, she doesn't. Her not coming today again is a clear case example of her trying to run away from the accountability mechanisms of this house. So on the basis of that, this committee is empowered and well within their thinking to send her to ethics on that matter of principle that Law was talking about, full stop. So we are still able to run the process of ethics concurrently with us meeting her on Tuesday, in the same way that I, on behalf of the DA, have submitted an ethics complaint to her about her that is currently being investigated, but we're still able to engage with her in this committee. So they are not mutually exclusive processes that must be considered. I think the general mood here is that she must come back. We want that because she can't run away. She must be able to come before this committee and explain her lies. But at the same time, there's a second proposal on the table that says while she comes, she must also be tested at ethics. I think that's where we are.
Honorable Sol, sorry, I saw your hand here.
It will be a lie if we say we have exhausted all possible mechanisms before we take it to ethics. That's a lie. The mechanisms available to the committee, the last resort is a subpoena. And we are now behaving like ethics is an appeal court from this committee process. Ethics is a parliamentary process. So it's not correct to say that we have exhausted all mechanisms. I maintain, let us focus on our responsibility as a committee. The minister said she's available on the 22nd. Let us see if we can bring the minister on that date. And also how we posture ourselves is also a problem. The reason why we are treated like we have no power, we behave like it. If you are available. That's not what the constitutional function here is for our role. It's not if you are available. When the committee calls you to account under reasonable circumstances, you must make yourself available. We must stop having this tame posture, but we must show respect to one another. But let's use the powers given to us, not for our sake, for the sake of South Africans. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I had invited legal aid for a reason. I'll consult with them for 5 minutes. But what we are not going to do, Honorable Khakha, is to this committee to submit a supplementary in your application of that's your political party thing. Go deal with it that way. We're not, this committee will not be submitting any supplementary document in the ethics committee. We're not going to do so. If the committee takes a decision that we must go that way, we will start our own as a committee because we're not a youth movement of your political party. It's not going to happen. That's the first thing I want to do. But secondly, you must not, I think Honorable Souls is correct, but I'll consult legal on the proposal of taking the matter to, you see, the reason why I was asking, when you take a matter to ethics, you must be certain of what you are asking there. You know, it's different now. We can continue with the matter, in my view, because we have, as the committee, we have never subjected the minister to any other committee. But once you do that, you must then be careful. And this is what legal, I'll sit down. If the committee takes a decision to say, we are taking the minister to ethics because we believe she has misled the committee, tomorrow she will have, in my view, a legitimate legal defense to say, why do they then want me to come up here before them on the same matter when they've referred it somewhere? You can't do it. For me, legally, it doesn't make sense. But I said, I'll consult with legal. But what you are asking us to do is to shoot ourselves in the. If we say we take it to ethics, it means we're no longer proceeding ourselves, because then you'll be subjecting the minister to currently we can, because it's not our submission to ethics. It's a DA submission. They can deal with it there. But if it's a committee, if the committee takes that decision here, the minister will have a legitimate reason to say to you, no, but you are trialing me twice on one matter. I don't know what they call it in legal terms, but there must be something. But I'm going to consult with legal, and then from there we'll come back and take a decision on the matter. So We'll take a 5-minute break. I know Honorable Buti Manamela has had apologized because he has a program, a Mandela Day program, where he has offered to cut his hair there for 67 minutes. So where he's going to, but now we're late for him. So I'm just, before we consult with legal, I'm going to ask, because your resolution on the meeting of the 18th that said we must invite them so that they indicate what was their role. And that is primarily why they're here. So I think we've kept them long enough. We must ask them to clarify whether they played any role, and then even Deputy Minister Gonde is coughing. Maybe she also has a medical certificate she wants to present, but maybe let's allow them to indicate to us what was their role, and then we'll release them. And then Tate Nguban and Tate Terry, we apologize. We'll then start with you guys immediately after I've consulted with legal on this matter. So we'll start with you, Member Gondwe. So the meeting of the 18th that indicated, that said I must write to you and ask you to clarify what role as part of the ministry, because members would have raised an issue that when we speak about ministry, we're not talking about the minister. You are part of the ministry, and you must clarify the position that you played in on that process. So please take us through, and then Deputy Minister Manamela will come. I'll give you after. Let them. No, after yeah. No. Let's go, Honorable Gonde.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning once again to the honorable members. Ke a le dumedisa lotlhe gape. Chair, I did not play a role in the whole panel process. I think everyone else then got wind of the outcome of the process through the media once the list was released, but I did not play a role. And I think I'm speculating here. I think that was informed by Section 11 of the Skills Development Act, which assigns the power to appoint chairpersons of the accounting authority of SETAs exclusively to the minister. Read together with Section 35, which says that the minister may delegate this particular power in writing to the DG or any other officer of the department. So Section 35, in my reading of it, does not allow the minister to even delegate this responsibility to myself or Minister Manamela. So I was not involved at all. And like everybody else, I found out about the appointments when they were made public in the media. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we're not required to play any particular role legally. I think it's the prerogative of the minister. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll be back here at 11:20. I just want to quickly speak to legal so that they help me on something, and then we'll come back with the panelists. Thank you.
We can proceed. Honorable Souls, what's your view? Honorable Souls? Let's proceed, Honorable Kakao. Honorable Kakao, let's proceed. Honorable members, it's Friday today. We don't have the entire day, please. Yeah. Honorable members, we've invited panelists to come here, not to come and wait for us, please. Yeah, Chairperson, arrive. Yeah. We can't this Friday. I must go to KZN. Hey, Baba, I'm KZN. They say KZN. Nizan, madod. Yeah. Metsotso e tšhaile, re tlamehile re tsamaye bagaetsho. We can't. Yeah. Let's go, let's go. Arzamna. Yeah, let's start, colleagues. Yeah, comrades. um, I've consulted with legal as promised, and legal gave me a number of National Assembly rules, powers and functions of committees, referred me to a number of them, including section 227. Start with section 56 of the Constitution. Then the National Assembly rules 227, I think, and others. So, but in essence, what the advice from legal is that when you refer a matter to ethics, apart from what I said earlier on, you are also relegating your responsibilities as a committee to another committee of parliament. And the advice is that we grant or the committee continues with its matter on the minister, and which was a popular view anyway in the committee. So we will continue. I've already signed a letter applying
for Tuesday morning from 9 a.m. till 1. It will be the minister. Others were going to summon them. The minister were not summoning because he had not defied coming. But Asisipe Solani has defied. He decided not to answer us. The other one, the chief of staff, has not defied. She was sick, will not summon. Ms. Ngwenya and the DG will summon them because both of them must come and explain this thing of our meeting being cancelled, not being cancelled, and flights to, to Gauteng and all of that. So the meeting will convene on Tuesday. I've already applied now. Hopefully, after you've done your constituency work on Monday, you'll fly in on Monday. We'll meet on Tuesday from 9 till 2 p.m. I will personally also speak to the minister, informing her that we have granted, I'll write to her, informing her that we have granted her wish. But I'll also personally speak to her, indicating that the meeting will sit on Tuesday at 9. So now we're moving on. The next part is going to be very short. We're going to, so after the resolution of the last meeting of the 18th, where you said we must ask the panelists to write back, I then consulted with legal who said, in order for their letters to be admissible, something to that effect, they must read them into the records. So we then called them. They are going to read their letters into the records. And then I'm going to allow you to ask them, if you don't have a question on them about the role they've played, then don't ask a question. Because if you ask them any other question outside of the role they've played on this thing, I'm going to protect them. I'm going to tell them they must not answer. You can't ask Advocate Terry Motau, for an example, why is he wearing a bow tie? I'm going to stop you. I want you to ask them specifically on why they're here. So because it's my duty and responsibility to make sure that we protect both our invitees and yourselves. So, but we are going to start with them taking oath first. They'll take oath. It will take 5 minutes or so. And then we'll ask Mr. Mabuza Ngubane to read his statement into the record. Then we are going to ask Advocate Terry. Then I'm going to note you to ask related questions. No political statements, related questions. These are not politicians. They've taken time, and I want to appreciate. I know, Advocate Terry, you did write and said, I've not confirmed yet because I'm trying to clear the day for Friday, and you did. We really appreciate. We don't take it for granted that you're able to come. So are we ready with the oath for our people? Yeah, so let's take oath and then we'll take it from there.
Good morning, Mr. Mabuza Ngubane. I think we'll start with you. I've been asked by the committee through the chairperson to administer this oath. You have been invited, subject to the provisions of Section 16 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act 2004, to appear before the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, Science and Innovation, pursuant to its oversight responsibilities. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the committee's oversight inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a house or committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. You may choose to take the oath or the affirmation. Which one do you prefer? Oath or affirmation?
I don't know the difference.
Okay. Then it means you're not objecting to take an oath. If you can say after me, I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give,
shall be the truth,
sorry,
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Can you raise your right hand and say, so help me God?
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Okay. We shall be moving to Advocate Terry Mutao, SC. Advocate Terry Mutao, SC, you have been invited subject to the provisions of Section 16 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act 2004 to appear before the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education pursuant to its oversight responsibilities. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the committee's oversight inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in the evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or committee. You are, however, protected in that, evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be advised that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a house or committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. You may choose to take the oath or affirmation. Which one do you choose, Advocate?
I'll take the oath.
Okay. Shall you then repeat after me? I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
And can you raise your right hand and say, so help me God?
So help me God.
Thank you very much, Advocate Mutao.
Thank you very much, Legal. I'll start with you, Mr. Mabuza Ngubane. If you can just read the statement that you had written to us as per the instruction or the resolution of the meeting of the 18th of June, asking you to write to us on or before the 25th of June, 2025, which you did write to us. Can you just read that statement into the record? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. not gonna read the addresses, but my letter was written without any prejudice. It reads as follows. Dear Chairperson, Honorable Letse, your letter dated 19 June 2025 regarding the above matter refers. I acknowledge and appreciate your correspondence regarding the above request, and I have attached here under the documents for your attention as requested. On the first question that required me to indicate the communication that was exchanged between the ministry and myself as the panel member, I've responded that on 10 March 2025, I received a letter dated March 2025, appointing me as the chairperson of the nomination committee for the selection of the members to serve as chairpersons of the accounting authorities of SETAs. A copy of the letter is attached as Annexure A for ease of reference. I did not write any acceptance letter as I viewed this as part of my role as Chief Director, SETA coordination in the department. And to my knowledge, there is no way the process of appointing SETA chairpersons could have been executed without my involvement or the involvement of my office. The Chief Directorate SETA coordination is and has always been responsible for coordinating and rendering administrative support and providing technical advice to the process related to the appointment of SETA boards, including the SETA chairpersons. For this reason, the above mentioned roles constitute part of my performance agreement and the work plan. The letter of appointment to serve in the said committee did not carry any peculiar meaning beyond just appointing me as an administration person or the functionary, which is part of my role as Chief Director, SETA coordination. Number two, I was required to indicate if I was provided with the terms of reference. No terms of reference were given with the appointment letter. It is for this reason that I believe there was no additional role expected of me than my ordinary responsibilities which are attached to my position. Number three, on whether there was any remuneration for the services rendered as the panel member. There was no additional remuneration that was given or promised or expected, since the said appointment would not require any extraordinary responsibilities beyond my normal duties attached to my post, which is rendering administrative support and technical advice of the process as outlined by the legislation. Number four, the number of meetings attended by me as the panel member. I did not attend any meeting. It's simply because I did not receive any invitation for the meetings. Paragraph 5 of the appointment letter that I received states that the date of the nomination committee meeting will be communicated to you in due course. So I could not attend any meeting because I was not invited to the meeting. Lastly, I reiterate that neither was I involved in setting up any meetings, nor screening the nominations of candidates for the SETA chairpersons. Thank you so much, Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngubane. I did share all the letters with members. And I knew on the day I shared them with them, I saw them on media. I know it was not you this time, but they were on the media. Somebody shared them with the media. Tate Ngubane, if you can just forward to Tate Mkhize the letters, because you have them now. Thank you very much. Because that's where I come from in the school. We were very naughty. When you are new, they will call you Linyuere, so they say, you will say, oh, my new one. So I was, I was thinking maybe you don't have because you are new in the committee. Advocate Terry, please read us your letter onto the record.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Chair, I'm going to be reading from the letter of response, which is dated the 25th of June, 2025. I must firstly apologize for some of the cut and paste in which one will see when you compare the first 5 paragraphs, sorry, the first to the 6th paragraph of the letter in response to you, Chair, and paragraph 5 of Annexure C, which I'll deal with later. So the letter is supposed to be addressed to yourself, Chair, not the Minister. On 18 March 2025, I received a copy of the Minister's letter dated 15 March 2025, appointing me as a chairperson and setting out what assistance the Minister required, including the criteria to be followed, and the copy of the Minister's letter of 18 March is attached as Annexure 1 to the letter. And I point to paragraph 5 of the Minister's letter, which is Annexure A, in which the Minister stated that the date of the nomination committee will be communicated, and this I'm quoting to you, in due course. And following receipt of that letter from the Minister, I was then contacted by 2 people from the Minister's office. The one is Ms. Rulane Ngwenya, who introduced herself as the DDG from the Minister's office. And the second was Mr. Asisi Posolane, who informed me that he is the Minister's advisor. And the purpose of the 2 calls was to set up a preliminary meeting to deal with introductions and issues of logistics. Then subsequent to that, a meeting was arranged with Mr. Solani, at which he was in attendance together with Mr. Luvo Makasi. And during that meeting, Mr. Solani indicated that the term of office of the current incumbents, that is the SETA chairpersons, was going to expire on the end, by the end of March of this year. And for that reason, the process needed to be completed by, or at least before then. And my response to that was, it seemed impossible to achieve that task within that stipulated deadline, given what needed to be done. For example, the finalization of the composition of the independent committee or panel, determining how many applicants had been received, processes of shortlisting, etc. And if I can just pause here and just say, in response to that, what I was told was that the Minister is likely to not accept the point that I'm raising next, which was following the point of indicating the impossibility of attaining or finalizing the task by the end of that month, given that we are already on 15 March at the time. I then suggested that perhaps it would be better if I consult with the minister with a view to ask her to consider extending the process by a period of a month. The response to that was that the minister was not available. She was in Japan at the time, but that my request would be conveyed to her and that Mr. Solani would revert to me regarding the minister's response. A follow-up preliminary meeting was arranged for Sunday, the 23rd of March at my chambers, which was meant to be attended by Ms. Ngwenya and Mr. Solani for purposes of an update on the process. And on the day in question, none of them pitched. I tried to get hold of them, but could only reach Mr. Solani, who informed me that he had an emergency that he needed to attend to in Cape Town. And Ms. Ngwenya reverted to me the next day by way of a WhatsApp message and tried to set up a call later that day, but it was at a time when I was not available. I did not hear anything further insofar as this process is concerned until I saw from the media reports that the process had been finalized and that the nominations and appointments had been made. And following the media reports and the minister's appearance before the portfolio committee, I received a letter from the minister dated 12 June 2025, raising certain questions and requiring a response by 16 June 2025. A copy of the minister's letter is attached as Annexure B. And from the minister's letter, I highlight and or quote the following portions. In paragraph 1 of the minister's letter, she states that in part, she says, I have received a written request from the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education per information regarding, and these are the important words, your participation in the selection and evaluation panel that assisted me in reviewing and assessing the nominations received for the appointment of accounting authorities per sector, education and training authorities. Then I quote paragraph 3 of the letter in which the minister states, as a result, I hereby write to advise you of my intention to disclose your identity and the details of your participation, which I have underlined for purposes of emphasis to the Portfolio Committee. And in reading this letter, and in particularly these highlighted portions, I could immediately ascertain that the minister was either not properly informed or was mistaken rather. And my reaction was to then respond to the minister per her invitation, because as I've indicated earlier, she had asked for a response by 16 June 2025. And on that day, I responded per Annexure C to the letter. And of importance from my letter is what I state in paragraph 11, which is that in my letter, I informed the minister that from her questions, she seems to be unaware that I did not assist her or her office in reviewing and assessing the nominations received for the appointment of accounting authorities per sector, education and training authorities. I did not participate in this process. I neither received nor saw any information relating to the process, if any was followed. I also did not convene with any panel or panel members, if any were appointed, and I received no formal engagement from an attorney. Can I just ask the committee to note the fact that the requirement to be formally engaged by an attorney is an issue that I raised with the minister in my letter of response on the 16th of June, 2025. Then I continue in paragraph 12 to quote what I said to the minister in paragraph 6 to 8 of my letter, which is to say, based on the above, you should be aware that you never met with me regarding this process and that I never received any documentation relating to it. You also would know that you received no communication, report, shortlist, assessment, or recommendation from me. You further would know that the upshot of all of this is that you intended to appoint me to chair the committee, which intention never materialized. In the circumstances, I have no objection to you disclosing my written response to the portfolio committee. I'm available to discuss this matter with you telephonically and or to meet with you if you require further clarification, as it seems to me that you were not furnished with accurate and complete information. And following that letter, on the morning of the 17th of June, I received a telephone call from the minister. And this telephone call, you'll see from the chronology of events and also from the acknowledgement of the minister in subsequent correspondence that was exchanged. This telephone call took place before the minister provided her response to the committee later that morning. And on that call, the minister raised with me the following. She said, firstly, she thought I had been appointed, and to which I responded and indicated to her that as a practicing advocate, my appointment and engagement needs to be formalized through being instructed by an attorney. I also informed her that this was one of the issues that was outstanding that needed to be dealt with at the second preliminary meeting that did not happen. So this point speaks to the point that I had raised with the minister in my letter of 16 June, which is paragraph 11.5 of the letter that I'm reading. So it arises for the second time, i.e. the minister's unawareness that I needed to be appointed by an attorney, and the process is communicated to the minister and that it didn't happen, and it's something that needed to be dealt with at that follow-up preliminary meeting at which the officials did not pitch. Secondly, the minister said that people from her office tried to get hold of me without success and that I was apparently out of the country. I informed the minister that what she was told was incorrect and that no one from her office called me. I suggested to the minister to arrange a virtual meeting with those that are assisting her to deal with at least two of the issues that she had raised. Firstly, that my appointment was not finalized and that her team was aware of that fact. And secondly, to illustrate the incorrectness of what she had been told, that someone tried to call me without success. And thirdly, the minister asked if I object to my name being disclosed to the portfolio committee, to which I said I do not object. And I reminded her of my request to disclose my letter to the portfolio committee. Having told the minister that in light of my appointment not having been finalized, it makes sense to me as to why A, the process proceeded without my involvement, and B, I received no invitation to participate in the process. But to my total shock and surprise, contrary to my letter and what I had told her in our telephonic discussion, the minister went on to respond to the portfolio committee in a manner that was inconsistent with the true facts. What I found inexplicable was the minister's decision to not convene the suggested virtual meeting to verify the contrary facts that I had raised in the letter and in the telephonic discussion, but to rather proceed and inform the parliamentary committee that I was appointed as the chair of the panel and that I did not attend any meetings. For these reasons, the minister's disclosure to the portfolio committee, insofar as my alleged involvement is concerned, was inaccurate. In addition, due to the fact that I was not appointed, I was not and could not be remunerated. For the same reason, I cannot assist insofar as the number of meetings held, if any, and the recommendation and or appointment process that was followed. Then I say, for purposes of completeness, I attach 3 further letters that were exchanged between the period 23 and 24 June 2025, marked D, E, and F respectively, which were exchanged between the minister and I, that clarify the true state of affairs and the fact that I was not involved in the process, i.e., I did not chair the panel and could not have been expected to attend meetings that I had no knowledge of and to which I was not invited. And perhaps just to highlight the important aspect that emanate from these 3 letters, if you go to Annexure D, it is the minister's letter dated the 23rd of June 2025. And in it, the minister says, in the spirit of transparency and professional courtesy, I write to clarify a misunderstanding concerning your involvement in the recalibrated SETA board chair's selection and recommendations for the appointment process. There was no malicious intention to tarnish your professionalism and social standing. I rely daily on information about activities in the ministry from a raft of advisors. Regarding your involvement in the process, I was not provided with all the information and I was not made aware that concluding your involvement will require formal engagement from an attorney. I humbly apologize for all the inconvenience this may have caused. And I became aware of this letter when I woke up on the 24th to media reports that were indicating that the minister had reached out to me, had tendered an apology, and that the matter had been resolved. So that's when I went to my computer on that morning and found that the minister had sent this letter on the evening of the 23rd. And that's what prompted me to write on the 24th. And this is Annexure E. And in it, you will see I refer to this letter that I've just read from the minister of an apology. And I say in paragraph 2, in your letter, you indicate, among other things, that you were not made aware that concluding my involvement will require formal engagement of an attorney. And I say this is not what has tarnished my name and for which an apology will be necessary. If you are to provide any apology, it should be for the following set of circumstances. In my letter of 16 June 2025, where I was responding to your queries, I specifically informed you that my appointment was not finalized because I received no formal engagement from an attorney. You called on the morning of 17 June 2025 and you informed me that you were not aware that concluding my involvement required a formal engagement from an attorney. I responded indicating that your representatives I had spoken to and who I had met with, who had met with me during the preliminary meeting were aware of the requirement of an attorney's involvement, I also informed you that it was one of the outstanding issues that needed to be addressed at the subsequent preliminary meeting at which your representatives did not pitch. And you also raised the issue that your representatives had informed me that, or had informed you that they tried to get hold of me without success. I refuted the correctness of the assertion, and I suggested that you should arrange a virtual meeting with me and your representatives so that both issues, i.e. my appointment and non-availability, be addressed. These above events precede your statement that you issued subsequently on 17 June 2025, listing members of the panel to the portfolio committee and informing them that I chaired the panel, but did not attend any meetings. Your statement to the portfolio committee was incongruent with the objective facts that I had brought to your attention prior to the issuance of the statement, and was also inaccurate in that I could not have chaired a committee in respect of which I was not appointed, or attend meetings to which I was not invited or even notified. Your apology is, in the circumstances, confusing insofar as it does not objectively engage with the above issue, which is the reason why I'm aggrieved, as it is the cause of tarnishing my image and standing in both society, my image and standing in society. To conclude, our WhatsApps of Thursday, 19 June, make it clear what I say is a deviation and incongruence between your statement and preceding events. I'd like to conclude this matter and put it behind me, and to do so on the correct facts. Then the minister responded per Annexure F, thanking me for the letter, indicating that she had read it with the seriousness and respect it warrants, and she acknowledges my right to express dissatisfaction with the way in which the events surrounding the SETA board chairperson appointment process have unfolded, especially as they pertain to my name and professional standing. Then the minister continues to say, I wish to express my unreserved and sincere apology to you, Advocate Motau, for the public reference made about you in the statement to the Portfolio Committee on 17 June 2025, in which it was erroneously stated that you chaired the advisory panel, a wish I had. You are absolutely correct that you were never formally appointed, or your appointment was and had not been finalized by the time I mentioned your name, and that the conditions necessary to conclude your involvement, including formal engagement via an attorney, were never completed. That fact, as you rightly point out, was brought to my attention in your letter of 16 June 2025 and during our telephonic discussion of 17 June 2025. So these are both events that precedes the minister's statement of the 17th. I also acknowledge that my representatives were aware of the outstanding procedural requirement, and I regret that this important context was not correctly reflected in the statement to Parliament. I take full responsibility for that misstep. I did not intend to mislead the Portfolio Committee nor to associate your name improperly with the process in which you were never formally engaged. I now recognize that the language used failed to reflect the objective facts and contributed to public misunderstanding about your actual role. I therefore wish to apologize clearly and unequivocally for any harm caused to your professional reputation, credibility, or public standing as a result of my statement. Can I just leave this about my professional standing and public record? As you have rightly indicated, it is in both our interest to put this matter behind us with the record set straight. I have also formally written to Parliament to correct the record. I'm still prepared to do more to clarify the matter to the Portfolio Committee and continuously correct the public record. I appreciate your forthrightness, professionalism, and your willingness to resolve this matter and in the spirit of closure and factual integrity. Please accept this letter as my good faith and genuine effort to do just that. I wish to assure you that no malice or ill intent motivated the error. My intention was to seek wider expertise and input on a process that I believed required even greater transparency. Unfortunately, the procedural execution did not match the intention. Chair, I think this is where the process stopped. Otherwise, it was going to be a back and forth to seek further clarification. I think the objective, by and large, had been achieved. Issues of question marks that remain, I decided are not for purposes of the committee. That's why I left it at that with the minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Advocate Mutau. Members, you've heard the two members whom had received confirmation that the members of the panel, what they've said. I did indicate that I want to allow you to ask them questions that are directly related to what we're talking about. So I've allocated you guys 7 minutes each, which means it's 3.5 minutes to each of them. I put the watch there, you can see it. So when you see the watch, it's a good one. We agree a lot with Honorable Lonzi today. So what we are going to do, questions that are speaking to what, one, they've written to the record, one, and two, questions that are related to the process. And then you'll make your own notes. Then you will, the minister has also written to us. So she will also read her version into the record. Then you'll then ask her questions next week. I have applied already. I've sent the application to the chair of chairs for the 22nd, which is next week, Tuesday, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. because at 2 we've got a 3-line whip. So I've asked for, so I know Cape Town traffic is a problem, but let's try and come early so that we start on time. We don't complain about not having enough time next week, Tuesday. So that's what we're going to do now. I'll start on our local.
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah.
I forgot or omitted to mention that I have a court appearance on the 22nd. I'm assuming further assistance will still be required by the panel or by the committee rather. I have a court appearance on the 22nd, Chair, an agent application that's set down. So may I just be allowed to communicate with the committee through yourself to advise you on the developments of that matter? And perhaps if that matter is proceeding, we could find a way to the extent that I'm required to participate virtually or give written responses or appear on a different date. Thank you.
No, thanks, Advocate. You and Mr. Ngubane will not be needed on that day. That is why we're asking you to read your statements into the record now. We did not want you to go home and then come back. I know it's costly. We did not want you to fly to Cape Town. It's rainy season here. So imagine bringing you here in the cold, rainy season of Cape Town and bring you back next week. So you will not be required next week. It will just be those who are not here. So the same line, the same thing that I put, so you'll start Khabo, followed by Khakao, followed by Pandaru. You are fine. But in that order, and then Those of you who will not be saying anything like Honorable Desiree, you'll just say, I'm fine. Honorable, I put the time here to face you so that, because I know you've got your own timers, but when they are saying zero, you act like you have not seen them. So there's this big one now in front of you. When it says tweet, tweet, this one doesn't make noise. So I'm going to just enter when it says zero. I can see it this side. Honorable Lukhabo.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and appreciate the fact that you are in a good mood. I appreciate it. It's rare. Let me appreciate the response received from Tadenguban and Advocate Terry. It's highly appreciated. And I must also again reaffirm that indeed it's a demonstration for the respect for the rule of law. Because when we are requesting you to appear before the committee, it is for that. Maybe problem must start with you, Advocate. My apology in the process if I will sound a bit stupid. You are interacting with an NQF level 4 year. So my apology in advance. Advocate, in your interaction or your presentation, as in when you were dealing with the oath, you made an indication that you received a call from Ms. Ngwenya and Mr. Solani. Can you indicate when did you meet with Mr. Solani? Paragraph 3, probably of your, it says, following receipt of the above letter, I was contacted by Ms. Rulani Ngwenya, who informed me that she's a deputy director of the office of the, and Mr. Asipo, who informed me that the minister is an advisor to the minister. Paragraph 4 says, then I then met with Mr. Solani. I want to check with you, when did you meet Mr. Solani?
I'll need to check that date. But it would have been obviously after receipt of the minister's letter of, I think the minister's letter is dated the 15th of March, but before the follow-up meeting that had been arranged for the 23rd. Because there's the minister's letter of 15, there is that meeting with that is referred to in paragraph 4, and then there's a follow-up meeting on Sunday, the 23rd.
All right, Advocate, let me also take advantage of the fact that you are an advocate. Like you always remind people that anything they say or do, it will be used against them. Can you kindly provide us in that written format, in fact, in written form, as to when? On paragraph 4, again, you made mention, I then met with Mr. Solani and Mr. Lovo Makas. That paragraph, you said that Mr. Solani has indicated that he's an advisor to the minister. Now, this Mr. Lovo Makas, who is Mr. Lovo? Do you have any understanding, or did he indicate what is his role in the department or what is his position?
Thank you. Mr. Makasi had indicated that he was assisting the minister. And that was the explanation for his participation and attendance at the meeting.
All right. Did he probably indicate assistance in which way? Personal?
No, the extent of the assistance or the role within the department was not clarified. I must indicate perhaps that I know Mr. Makasi. It was not the first time that I saw him. Mr. Makasi had briefed me as an attorney when he was practicing many, many years ago. He had also briefed me. He was a client when I was doing matters for the Central Energy Fund. So I had done matters for the Central Energy Fund at the time when he was there and even after he had left. So I know him and he's an admitted attorney. That's part of the reason why the issue of the formal engagement through an attorney had even arisen in that meeting.
So in your analysis and understanding, was Mr. Makasi there as a representative of the department who's assisting the minister, or Mr. Makasi was there as a person who facilitated this discussion in relation to the advice that you had given?
I would assume that he would have been there in that capacity of assisting the ministry, because otherwise he would not have known about the meeting being convened, the time and the date and the venue.
All right, what was the role of Mr. Makasi in that meeting? Now that this Mr. Solani, it's a matter that we'll have to attend separately, now that he blue-ticked us. According to you, what was his role there? Was he collecting sound? Was he preparing tea? Was he delivering documents? What was his role there?
Okay, thanks. I had indicated earlier that he had come there as part of the ministry's team that was there to meet me. I don't know, perhaps what could also clarify, and that's why I thought if the committee requires further assistance and participation, one would be prepared to attend here.
Fine, advocate. I'm
yeah.
left. It's fine. My apology, advocate. I'm left with 1 minute. I just want to. Can you confirm or take this committee into confidence that indeed the minister has acknowledged the fact that firstly, you are not appointed correctly, and she later acknowledged that indeed you were never appointed and never participated as the chairperson of the panel, as it has been made to be the public knowledge?
Thank you. Yes, I think Annexure F, when I dealt with it, that's where the minister says.
Fine, advocate.
Yes.
Have you met the minister in person?
No, I haven't.
Chairperson, I rest my case.
Thank you very much. It's the first time we finish with 15 seconds left. Honorable Zondo, I will give you after Honorable Kaka because of your problem. Honorable Zondo comes from a very small town. There's no transport getting there, so he needs to. I'm joking. Honorable Kaka.
Ke a leboha modulasetulo. I would have hoped for more time, but thank you for the 7 minutes. Ntate Ngubane, quickly, we know hore Ntate Motau's appointment letter is dated the 15th and was received on the 18th, and that since then, not only has Mengwenya, but also Ntate Solani and Ntate Makasi have sought to interact with him about his chairpersonship. You received a letter on the 10th of March, dated the 7th of March, appointing you for the same role that Ntate Motau was appointed to. Have you also been sought by Mengwenya, Ntate Makasi, and Ntate Solani?
No, I don't know Ndate Makasi.
So you don't know him, but also neither did Solani and Ngwenya seek to engage you as the chair, as per your appointment letter. Just for clarity, say that, please.
I've never been engaged as a chairperson of the committee. Paragraph 5 says I will be invited. I was not invited.
I hear you. I don't want you to prejudge my questions to you. The letter of appointment that you received on the 8th of March appoints you as the chairperson, as the chairperson of the board, of the selection and in nomination committee. That's the same letter that Advocate Motau received appointing him as chair. So what I'm trying to help ascertain here, which chair the minister will help to give clarity next week. Ntate Motau got his letter on the on the 18th and it was dated the 15th. You received the same letter before him, dated the 7th, but you received it on the 10th. So I'm just trying to get the clarity here. If he was engaged after you by Solani, by Rulani Ngwenya, and by Makasi, did you get the same engagement from those three people? Yes or no?
No, I did not get any engagement.
All right, thank you. You as the Chief Director for SETA coordination, across the years, your job is to process the gazette, receive the applications, process them and deliver them to the minister accordingly, ne? What I want you to explain quickly, without chowing my time, how is this process this year different from the other processes of SETA appointments that you've been involved in? Quickly, what did you do before that you didn't do this time?
You, Chairperson, maybe let me articulate my role in the process. Previous years, I will get to the point clarifying what is different this year. The process goes like this. I have to draft the advertisement for the process, the gazette. Get the ministerial approval of the gazette. I do the procurement of the gazette, engaging with the government printers with regard to the publication. After that process, because I'm the person who is the custodian of this process, all nominations come to me, but there is a dedicated email, not my email address, a dedicated email, which I'm responsible for, in which nominations comes from. So after that, I have to ensure that after the closing date, all the nominations are captured so that I will submit that to the minister. And I must explicitly state that the legislation, I think specifically section 11, subsection 1A, subject to paragraph B, states that the minister is responsible to appoint the accounting authority of a SETA, the chairperson of the accounting authority of a SETA after consultation with the National Skills Authority. So with that, after processing all the nominations and getting all of them captured, my duty is to ensure that those are submitted to the minister.
Quickly, because of time again, sir. So my question is specific. I understand that's what you did. So is that the same thing that happened this time around with this process, or is it different? Did you follow a different process this year than the one that was previously followed?
The only difference this time around was the establishment of the panel, and the establishment of the panel was recommended by myself, taking into consideration the audit findings of the previous process of appointing the boards in 2020 to 2025. My duty is to provide technical advice and guidance.
Oh, I cannot handle because you are chowing my minutes. So the difference is that there's a panel.
Yes.
What does that mean? Does it mean you now submitted, you explained that before you would gather, which in this case, you guys said there were 573 applications, and then you would take them to the minister. This time around, you're saying there's a panel. So who did you hand over the nominations to this time around?
Following the minister's request on 16 January 2025 at 10:20, I submitted a nomination report of the SETA chairpersons via the email to the minister. And again, I'll tell you just now. Again on 18 January 2025 at 12:05, following the minister's request, I submitted a master list of all the nominations to the minister via the email. This time around, I had highlighted all the candidates with NQF level 8 per the advert or per the gazette. That was also on the minister's request. Again, on 10 March 2025, at 1400 hours, 26 minutes, I submitted a spreadsheet or a master list of the nominations to the minister via the email.
Thank you. Honorable Zondo.
No, thanks, Chair. I'll start by Chair saying that the response from colleagues here, it will be much better if every role player in this process was present, because everything will be clear. It's good that Mr. Ngubane got the records written down, of which those records will help us to point out where did it go wrong. So I'm asking, requesting from you, Chair, to say that understanding the character of the people that will be meeting next time, I think both these gentlemen, we need them in that meeting. It may seem unfair to them, but for this process to end that day, I think we need them with the information that they have. Because now, you know, this information that Mr. Ngubane is providing opens another page of the process and everything. I'm tempted to say that, in fact, on our letters to you, we requested the chairperson that be provided with all the document of the proceedings. I think this is what Mr. Ngubane got, the proceedings. We'll see where he left off and where the ball dropped, you know, because now it's clear that the process started as usually, but somewhere, somehow, and we'll come to understand why even he, Mr. Ngubane, proposed that, suggested that, or advised that there be a panel, and what is the effect of a panel. And in his proposal to the minister, or advice, he advised that people who comprise of that panel, what kind of characters or professionalism that is required in that panel, because that's where we are getting a problem. But because now when we've opened this information, according to you, did the panel do its work?
I don't know.
I understand the answer where it's coming from. You are part of the department, but if I may ask from you, advocate, after the discussion that you had with Ms. Ngwenya and Solane, do you think the panel had meetings to discuss this name?
The nature of the question is difficult. And the reason why that is difficult, and I'm trying not to say yes or no. The reason why it's difficult is if you are approached with a view to be appointed as part of the process, and you are told that you'll be informed of the dates when the committee is going to sit, and that does not happen. You don't know if the committee was appointed, like the full panel was appointed. You don't know whether the panel met and the panel did any job, and if so, what did the panel do? So that's the nature of the difficult, and I think that's what I understand to be the answer there. So then I expanded a bit because I thought perhaps just to do justice to that.
Advocate, from the day the meeting that you were supposed to sit and appoint you, and the day of the outcome of the meetings of the panel, how many days?
Maybe let me.
Thanks. Yeah, Chair, I think.
Yeah, maybe let me intervene. Both gentlemen, they've said they did not attend any meetings. So they will not know from the day of appointment to the day of the meeting of unless you're asking about another meeting. But on the.
No, maybe get me correct, Chair. I'm asking that there was a meeting that was supposed to sit, which will involve advocate. That didn't sit, where he said they didn't pitch. And the day of the outcome of the panel, when they said now it's appointed, I'm trying to count days against the work that should be done by the panel. And that will tell us that if you've done your work, you in this time, can you do it or not? That's what I'm trying to get. That's why I'm asking the days in between.
Yeah,
Maybe it's clear now.
Yeah, so the meeting, the follow-up meeting was supposed to be on the 23rd of March, according to the letter. And the appointment of SETA chairpersons was not officially done because it was leaked on the 6th and 7th on the 6th of May, and then on the 14th of May, we had a meeting where Honorable Lonzi was taken out of the meeting for trying to disrupt our meeting. And then the unappointed chairpersons were then withdrawn on the 15th of May at night, 15 May 2020. So he will not, so they were never appointed. Well, they were because the letters, the withdrawal, the one that we saw on social media was the appointment were done on the 9th of May. But like I said, I have a responsibility to protect them from being asked questions they were not part of. So in his letter, he says he was never part of that process. So asking him the time frame between the day he was supposed to meet and the day they were appointed, it's not fair on them because he would not know who was appointed when he was not part of the process and when those people were appointed. So I thought I must just interject, Honorable Zondo. I stopped your time so that I'll give you time to ask the right questions to the panelists. You can continue asking the right questions.
No, Chair, thanks. But there was a point that I was trying to drive to. But as you are saying that with your comment, then I will leave that. But continue requesting that even if I'm not part of the meeting later, please look at the matter to call again these gentlemen because they are very informative and they'll be helpful into the committee in order to get to the reality of the events in terms of, because advocate said that he proposed that the time be extended before the final, because he knew that with the time frame at hand, it won't be possible to reach what is desired to know. So That's why I was asking that question. I was trying to go to that to say what miracle did they use to reach to the stage of appointing, whereas the time frame was against them. But thanks, Chair. With the hope that my request would be adequate to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will consider your request. So from what the advocate was saying, is that when he was approached mid-March or early March, he indicated that, or they indicated to him that the SETA boards are expiring on the 31st of March, and they wanted to appoint by that period. He then indicated to them that this time frame that you have is not practical. If we are to do a good job, we need to postpone or extend the time frame. So that's where where he comes from with it, with his letter. If you go through it, and also I think just to clarify why Date Mabuza said what he was saying there on number 4 of his letter, he says, "I did not attend any meeting since I did not receive any invite." So when you ask him, do you think the meetings or the panel was successful, and he says, "I don't know." That's where it comes from. That I've already responded that I did not attend any meetings. I did not attend any meeting. So, Tatem Kize, I'm going to give you now.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to pass to my colleagues because I think the statement was clear for me that they were not involved in any way, shape, or form. But as we move forward, if we find that there was involvement, of course, we are under oath. We'll then deal with them at that point. But the message was quite clear from both of you, gentlemen, that you were not involved. That's what I'm taking for now, Chair, as I sit down.
No, very progressive. Thank you very much. I think I must arrange a coffee. Was it tea or coffee, Honorable Lonzi? I must arrange coffee between you and Honorable Khakao so that at least when it comes to time, you are aligned. Honorable Ngubane?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I think you saw my colleagues, he said he passes time, which means, Chair, I have 14 minutes. I don't know whether it works like that. He did it. No, this is MK's time. He said he passed it to me. So, Chairperson, in concurrence with my colleagues previously, it's clear, Mr. Mabuza, this time around, this is not a new process. It happened at the time of Professor Hlengiwe Mkhize. It happened at the time of Dr. Naledi Pandor. It happened at the time of Dr. Blade Nzimande. So according to me, I just wanted to confirm, this is the only first time that the process of appointing SETA board chairpersons, we were not part of it.
Through you, Chairperson. I have performed my administrative duties, but I was not part of the panel. So if talking about being part of the panel, I was not, but the administrative duties relating to this process, I've performed them. Those are my responsibilities.
Okay, I think, Chairperson, I will just, that was my only question from Mr. Ngubane. I think I will pass that because it's clear to me. This time around, his name was used on the letter to be chairperson, to be everything, but he was not part of the process. I'll come back to Advocate Matau. Advocate Matau, what do you understand by the term recalibrate or recalibration?
When you recalibrate, as I understand it, that's when you do the process anew with new elements into what had been done previously with a view to achieve improvements and the objectives that are set out by the enabling legislation that informs the process that you're undertaking.
Okay, thank you. So do you understand the second letter of the minister that he's saying now he's appointing you for the second time now? Because it means when he says he's recalibrating, it means there was a process that happened before, which you were not part of, but you were appointed as a chairperson again, second chairperson. And now this second letter, it says you are appointed again to recalibrate. Does it mean now you are appointed for the second time now of this process of appointing the SETA board chairperson?
And no, I wasn't appointed for the second time. And I was also unaware, at least until today, I didn't know that somebody else had been appointed as a chair for this process. No, but sorry, maybe let me, perhaps let me just.
Chairperson, the interrupting my questions, can you protect me?
Yeah, sorry, perhaps let me just say, I don't know if the initial appointment was revoked or not, because it's clear you can't have two appointments. If you've appointed the one, you've got to revoke that initial appointment and appoint the second person. So I'm not sure, I didn't know about this process, but assuming that had been done, if recalibrating is in the sense of appointing a new chair in the place of the one that had been initially appointed, I would not have read it that way because I didn't know that there was another chair that had been appointed one, or I had never been appointed by the minister as a chair and subsequently appointed. So recalibrating, I didn't understand it that way.
Okay, thanks, Advocate. Let me assist you. Minister always started to use the second process of appointing SETA board chairperson as recalibration, which means the first process did not go well, it failed. When she uses recalibration, she's saying there is a second process now of cleaning the first mess. I'm assisting you on that one, which means on the second letter where she responded, she's saying there is a second process now of redoing the process, which means according to her, somewhere you are still part of. Do you agree or do you not agree on my sentiment?
On that postulation, and if that is what the minister intended to convey by recalibrating, it would not be correct. I've given my understanding of what I understand recalibration to be, but because as the committee, you know the facts better than I do, if that postulation is what was placed before the committee and what was intended to be conveyed, I do not agree with it.
Okay, thank you. My next question, when the two gentlemen comes to meet you with a guy by the name Mr. Luvo Makas, was there any questions when the two of them meet that Mr. Luvo Makasi posed on you, or what sentiments did he said, just specifically him?
Thanks for that question. I realized that perhaps even the questions that came from, I think it's MP Khabo, if I got the name correctly, are posed on account of something that I omitted to mention here, because I didn't think it was really an issue for me, because I was focusing on my involvement and everybody knowing it needed to be finalized through an attorney, etc. But I realize now that perhaps there is just something that I ought to mention here, and it might just settle some of these things and give context to Mr. Makasi's appearance at the meeting. You would appreciate that the minister's letter can't just come from the blue. The minister can't just send you a letter appointing you and then it lands in your email. Oh, I mean, I took that for granted to say there would have been prior engagements. So that's not where I focused. But how I got to know about this process and the minister's letter landing on my email is that Mr. Makasi initially contacted me. Like I said, he's somebody I know. Said, the minister wants assistance. The minister is looking to appoint an independent board or panel, sorry, not board, panel, to assist her with the appointment of chairpersons of SETA boards. And I mean, given the history of the SETA boards, etc., good governance, so something which is close to my heart. I said, then he said, would you be willing to assist in the process? I said, sure, I'll be willing to assist. So that is how the letter lands from the minister. And at that time, I mean, I'm not questioning, because that's not the issue for me, what role is he playing with the minister or in the minister's office or the department? I mean, I take everything to be above board. There's nothing untoward there. And hence, even when he appeared at the meeting, it wasn't an element of surprise. But there are no questions that he was asking in relation to that. It was mainly Mr. Solani that was speaking, and my request was when I conveyed it, like the letter says, it was Mr. Solani who was going to convey to the minister and revert to me on what the minister was saying regarding an extension of the time period. I hope that clarifies.
It really does. It does, Chairperson. I think, Chairperson, I'm done. So it's clear, Chairperson, a lot of questions needs to be asked from the people who are absent. And there was people who were not working for the department, not even hired by the minister, but who were running the process, especially the name of Mr. Luvu Makas. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thanks. Before I give you honorable source, I'm an expert of Google now. So I just Googled the word recalibrate because there's something that you've said and I wanted to check because you said recalibrate means cleaning up the mess. Maybe that's the, I guess we've got different dictionaries. But the one that, the one that I was referred to here says, to recalibrate means to adjust something again, often a measurement, or a way of thinking to match a new and different standard. It implies change or correction to bring something back into alignment or to adjust to a new set of circumstances. So in this instance, there was no admission of anything called a mess. It was just to correct. So according to this Google, it is to correct and so that tomorrow we don't live here and say, members said, the minister said, there was a mess. There's no such. So I thought I must just correct that. Honorable Souls.
Mr. Mgawani, did the minister lie when she said you participated in the selection and evaluation panel that was created to appoint SETA board chairpersons?
I don't know whether she lied. I don't think I'm in a better position to say she lied or she did not lie. But I did clarify my role. I don't think I will be doing justice to the honorable members to say what I don't know. But what I am saying about my role is the truth. I'm not lying.
If I have to believe you, I'll rephrase. You saying to us, you did not participate, correct?
That is correct.
The minister says you did participate. correct?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Who's lying?
I know that I'm not lying, but I don't know whether she's lying or
Okay,
not.
it's okay. So if you not lying, because remember now, for the record, you are saying that you are not lying under oath. Now, about you, is the minister lying about you participating?
I will repeat, it will not be fair to say she is lying because that is not what I know. I am only saying what I know about myself. I have indicated that I did get a letter of appointment. Paragraph 5 of that letter, dated 17 March 2025,
Okay,
states
Mr.
that
Ngubane,
you will
sorry.
be invited to the
Yeah,
meeting.
no, you can't do that to me now. No? Let me rather put it, what would be fair? How would you describe what the minister has done concerning your participation? How would you describe that? What would you call it? I would call it she lied about you. What would you call it?
Honorable member, I don't think I'm in a position to say my minister lied. I work for the department.
Okay, but what did you do?
I think I will kindly request to say what I know.
Just tell me how you define it. I'm saying she's lying. Based on your version of testimony, you are now saying you're not going to say that she lied. It's fine. What did she do? What would you use? What word would you use?
I don't know.
You don't know what she did. All right. Mr. Advocate, did the minister lie when she said you have been appointed chairperson of the selection panel for SETA board members and you did not participate or attend any meetings?
Let me first answer your question and then I'll deal with the contextual issues after. If the sole question is whether on the sequence of events, i.e., if
Advocate, please bring the mic closer to your mouth.
Oh, sorry. If one takes the chronology into account, i.e., by the 17th of June, at the time when the minister issued her statement indicating that I had been appointed and that I chaired the process but did not attend meetings. At that time, the minister, as she acknowledges in Annexure F, that she had been told by me in the letter of 16th June that I did not chair because no attorney appointed me. And if the conversation on the 17th, before issuance of that statement, which she acknowledges in Annexure F, that fact was also brought to her attention. Was there any basis for the minister to say that I chaired and was appointed and did not attend? No, there was no basis. I mean, it's now admitted. So if then the question is, was that statement truthful by the minister on the 17th? No, it was not truthful.
Did the minister lie?
The lawyer in me would want to give the minister a benefit of a doubt to explain whatever it is that she did. But if what I'm saying is true, what the minister said is not true. In other words, they can't both reside or they can't both coexist.
Is it plausible for me to say, when you say what the minister said is untrue, is it plausible for me to say she lied?
it's open to you, honorable member, to say that. And let me just say,
Just because of my time, advocate, how would you, as an advocate,
yes,
what would you call an untrue statement? Would you call it a lie?
yes, I would.
Is it a lie?
Honorable member, I say it with the understanding that the minister will still explain what she did. And I understood why the minister needs to be here. I don't want to have to speak with in circumstances where the minister can't explain.
Okay. Thank you, advocate. I raise Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. We don't have transfer of minutes yet. Where do you get that from? We don't have that. We don't have Honorable Lonzo.
No, thank you, Chair. I don't think I'll be long, because I think the important meeting is when we also have the minister here. Mr. Ngubane, how long have you been the Chief Directorate of the Coordination of SETAs?
I was appointed as a Chief Director in 2022.
And how many years have you participated in this process of appointment of SETAs?
Since 2011, when I joined the department.
So how many SETAs would you say you've contributed in appointing? Maybe 4 or 5?
All of them.
Have you ever been sent an appointment letter for you to participate in this process?
No, I've never been sent the appointment letter. The reason this time around I was sent the appointment letter, I think it was.
No, don't tell me the reasons. I've got little time, with respect, sorry.
No.
So you when you were giving us your account, you said you didn't find anything peculiar with the process. Is that true?
I said I didn't find anything peculiar with regards to me executing my normal administrative duties and providing technical advice in the process.
Did you find it peculiar that since 2011 you've been involved in this process of SETAs? You were then appointed in 2022 to be the Chief Director of the SETAs. And you've been doing this process. I mean, you explained it to us. You screen, you get names, you send to the minister, you do all of that. And then in 2025 or 2024, you get a letter appointing you to do a process that you've been doing since 2011. Did you find it peculiar that you received that letter?
Let me explain, Honorable Member, that I was asked the question as to what became different with the current process. What is different?
No, that's sorry to cut you again. That's a question of Honorable Karab. I'm not asking you about what is different with this process. I'm saying to you, because you said there was nothing peculiar about this letter because this is the work that I've been doing anyways. And you're quite correct because you have been doing this work since 2011. You did it so well that you were even given a position in 2022 as the Chief Director of the Coordination of SETAs. It's your job to gazette, to take out the invite, to even speak to the printers in Parliament, to take names and submit the names to the minister. That's your job. You said there's nothing peculiar. But I ask you again, since 2011 and even in 2022 up until now, you have never received a letter appointing you to be a chair or to be a member of this particular process. Do you find that to be peculiar?
Honorable Member, let me indicate that there was no panel, all these other terms of the previous boards when they were appointed. That is what I raised. How
Maybe, sorry, Chair, my question is not being answered, but let me try a different angle. The former Minister of Higher Education, Minister Blade Nzimande, have you ever worked under him in the process of SETAs?
Yes.
Has he ever sent you a letter to appoint you to be a chair or anything of a SETA?
No.
How did he usually appoint chairs of SETAs?
The process that I articulated, in which after the capturing of the nominations and they are submitted to him for consideration, he is empowered by Section 11 of the Skills Development Act to apply his mind.
So before this, you would go, you'd gazette, you'd send out the invites, you do the screening, you do all of that, and then you go to say, Minister Blades Mande, here are 100 people that I think meet the most basic requirements. And then he'll just be sitting somewhere in his office or in his house and say, out of these 100 people, I'm just going to choose 21 arbitrarily. Is that what happens?
Yes, the previous process was run like that because the Act empowers the minister to make the appointments.
No, thank you. So, since 2011, you have never received a letter appointing you to undergo this process. Why do you not think it's peculiar? Okay, do you think it's new?
Can you repeat the question, ma'am?
I'm trying, maybe my problem is that perhaps it's the word peculiar that me and you are not finding each other on. Because I don't understand why you would not say this is peculiar, because you're saying you've been interacting with this process since 2011. You come in 2022, you're a chief director of SETAs. You do all of this. You've never been sent any letter. Yet you're saying it's not peculiar. So I'm saying perhaps the problem is English. Is it a new thing that you are being given a letter to do a process that you're supposed to be doing anyways?
It is not peculiar to expect.
No, I've moved away from the word peculiar because I can see that you and I are not going to find each other on. Is it new? It's different. It's never been done before.
There's never been any appointment of the panel. Hence, I was not appointed as a panel member before.
No, I'm saying the letter. You receiving the letter.
Yes, it has
It's never happened before. Never. So typically when you send the names, this is my last question because I don't have time. When you send the names to the minister, do you Blades man, you follow up on when are these people going to be appointed, or you just wait for them to conclude the process and then they appoint?
No, I don't follow up.
So when you were sent a letter saying we're going to have some meetings to undergo this particular process, which you usually do, did you follow up to say, Minister, you sent me a letter that I'm being appointed to this panel to do these SETA things, which is my work anyways. But 2 weeks have passed, 3 weeks have passed, 4 weeks have passed. No one is calling me about a meeting. And I'm the chief director of SETAs. I've been sent a letter here. I can see people are saying meetings are taking place. You're not worried maybe when 4 or 5 people are entering a room, hey, perhaps that's the meeting of the SETAs that I should have been participating in. Were you not concerned at any point that you were not part of those meetings or whether or not those meetings were happening?
I did not make any follow-ups to the minister because when the appointment letter says will be notified, will be invited to the meetings, I expected that to happen. That it did not happen, but I did get the list of names that must be appointed.
No, thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Honorable Governor.
Thank you, Chair. I will not be long. My other 3 minutes I will give to Whip. So you will take my other 3 minutes, Whip. Are you done, Loans? No, I only have 2 or 3 questions. The first one, we have been running around trying to find the difference with other panels or other processes and this one. When you received the letter that you will be appointed to execute this duty, it is odd to me because this is part of your everyday work. When you didn't Or when did you discover that the panel is done with its work and you were not part of it?
With the receipt of the list of 21 candidates, that to me is an indication that something has been done.
And what did you do about it? You have now discovered that it has been done without your involvement as the chief executive director of this process. What did you do about it? How did you make your follow-ups? Because this is incumbent upon you to be part of this panel. Now you are not part. How are you going to account for it in terms of your work schedule? What did you do about it?
Honorable Member, I don't think it is for me as the official to question the minister who he or she appoints as a panel member, and whether I don't even know whether there was a deputy chairperson for the panel. For argument's sake, if the panel was appointed, there was a deputy chair. I didn't know any other panel members. It could be possible that if I was appointed and the deputy chairperson was appointed, the meeting could proceed without my involvement.
In your own understanding, what does that say about the integrity of the process that was followed? Just in your own understanding, as an academic, as someone who has been in the field, what does it say about the process? Coming down to the names that were handed or you found at your desk, because it looks like you just got them at your desk, presented to you.
Assuming there were panel members who sat and deliberated in processing the nominations, the process could probably was done. But as I'm saying, I don't know other panel members. I was handed my own appointment letter. I don't know whether there was a chairperson or any proxy to the panel members, but I couldn't question the minister or say, who else did you appoint? When it is explicitly said, you'll be notified, you'll be invited to the panel meetings. I expected that to happen. It did not happen.
In your own understanding, Chair Dikusel, in your own understanding, maybe, Okanye, can you put us into confidence? Because the office is being run by you, not by the minister. Every detail or every CV and qualification requirements that was going to be run in the office, there must be archives. Do you have any archives presented to your office of meetings, set minutes, where we sign attendance register? Do you have any of the panel that said, we understand fully that you were not part of the panel, but I do believe with my little knowledge that it should be given to office for archives purposes so that if anything arises, we do have minutes, we do have a register that was signed. Do you have any in the office? Because this is directly to your department.
Not yet.
Maybe you can try and explain to me the difference between not telling the truth and lying. Because seated here, I see a lot of things that are not being told, and those that are told are not the truth, assisted by the advocate in the house. Maybe you can differentiate for me. I don't want to say go to something that was once referred to. I don't want to say that, but can you give me the difference between you saying you can't answer a simple question of saying, do you believe that Yanga lied or she told the truth? because this details what you were part and not part of. If I've said I've met you outside and we've spoken, and you come in this room and you say, no, we did not meet, I doubt that is any offense in the country, because you are just clarifying your side of the story that I was not part and parcel of this. So any person who said I was part and parcel of the situation has lied. So what is the difference between you saying, no, the minister lied, no, the minister told the truth? Why don't you just say one word that puts you out of this misery? Because the only thing holding you to account now is because you do not want to say, no, she misled the House, no, she told the truth, I was part and parcel. Because if you are saying you were not part and parcel of the House, you are literally saying she has misled this House. What is the difference between the two terms that makes you not want to respond?
No, I believe the minister will also come and present herself. And her presentation will enable the committee to determine whether she lied or not. I don't know I don't know the details of what she will say, but I only know what I'm saying, that it is not true that I was part of the panel. And I've explained my role in the process. I've done that. I did not participate as a panel member.
Chair, I'm done.
Yeah,
If it's not true what we had, then the truth is what we know.
Chair, I don't know, because there was also an invitation that I should chip in.
Yeah, let's
If it's necessary. I think let me just clarify this thing of lying. You heard earlier on when I said, if my inquiry to the minister was whether she lied or not, I would have asked other questions. But because that was not the purpose, that's why I said I stopped where I stopped. And let me give an example why there's a difference between taking it to lying and what the objective facts now reveal. It is one thing that is clear, given where we are now, is I said in my case, given the events of the 15th and the 16th, which is that the minister knew that I was not appointed and that there was no attorney that formalized the process. When the minister said on the 17th, after the conversation, after the letter, that I was appointed and I chaired, you can at least take away 3 things from that. The first is there is no mistake that was made by the minister. That one is clear. 2, there is no misunderstanding. At the end of the conversation on the 17th, but before disclosure to Parliament, there is no misunderstanding about whether I had been appointed or not, or whether there was a need to formalize my appointment through an attorney or not. All those had been clarified prior to that. So there's no room to say the minister was mistaken. There's no room to say the minister misunderstood the process. And the third thing is, if you're talking about misleading, which is something different from a lie, when the minister knows all these facts and says, I chaired, I was appointed, I chaired, I did not attend, that's misleading. But when you're talking about lying, lying is an intention to say, well, then why did you do it? Knowing these facts and knowing that these facts are incongruent with the true objective facts, which is not what the purpose of my engagement with the minister was. And that is why I was saying, I can't say she lied when I didn't inquire as to the motive. Why did she then intentionally state facts that were incongruent with what she knew at the time? That's what I did not know. But if that's what I was searching for, then I would have had to ask her. And that's why I said, when I got to this, I thought the objective had been achieved and I'm not going to follow up, because that was not what I was looking for. I was looking for my involvement as said in the public. Once she says, you told me on the 16th in the letter, you told me in the conversation, this appointment was not finalized because you were not appointed by the attorney and my staff knew. That's all I needed. for me to clarify what was in the public domain, which was inaccurate. So let that be understood, you know, if it assists at all, why the question of the motive was not interrogated. I assume that's for then your processes and what is it that you want to achieve. Then why? Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe this will assist as well. It's very brief. One question. Chief Director Mabuza, would you say I'm correct if I say you did not participate in the process as the chairman of the panel, but you did participate by virtue of executing your normal duties?
Yes.
Thank you.
Chairperson, if you would allow, based on the explanation from the advocate for me.
Hold on. Yeah. Van der Walt. Van der Walt.
Chair, thank you. Yeah, with the back and throw questioning, I want to ask the following to the Chief Director. Do you believe in any way that your answers given to members' questions today might affect your employment status in the department?
That is very possible. And that does not, I don't know, but that is possible because if what I am saying is incongruent with what others believe, and then there's a disagreement, and we are talking about me as the official, the minister, inverted commas, is my employer. So if the sequence of events of what transpired as I am presenting and to the best of my knowledge of what happened with regards to my role, that obviously means we are in disagreement. So with regards to my career, I don't know.
No, yeah, thank you for that and seeing that you are honest after taking an oath. I appreciate that. And then would you say that the applications that you delivered directly to the minister, if I understood correctly, was it copied to the DG as well?
I'm checking my records, Honorable. The one that I submitted to the minister on the 16th of January 2025 at 10:20, I did copy the Director General.
Thank you, Chair. So on that same email, he was CC'd.
Yes.
Thank you. And Chairperson, I would then request that we get a copy of what was forwarded to the Minister and the DG. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Law.
Thanks very much, Chair. Hey, it's a difficult one. Ndanunguban. On the 30th of May, when you appeared in Parliament, you did say that you are not involved in the process. And today you made a clear reference, and I want to take you to maybe to try and clarify. When you are a chief director and part of your role or your KPIs propels you to deal with certain things, you deal with administrative and technical advice. That means in your compilation of the documentations, I want to check, firstly, who did you give your administrative compilation documentation to when you were dealing with the process? And then two, why did you say that you are not involved to Parliament on the 30th, where else you were involved when the initial process of compiling the administrative?
The question, honorable member, that was asked by Honorable Kakao on the 30th of May was whether I was involved in setting up meetings, screening the nominations. Not receiving the nominations, screening the nominations. That is what I understood it to be the question. And I understood the question to be asking about my involvement in the panel proceedings, which I responded, no, I was not involved. But as for my administrative role, I believe I also said, because she firstly asked me to explain my duties as the chief director. I did indicate that I'm responsible for providing administrative duties as well as providing technical advice in the process. But when I said I was not involved, I was specifically referring to my involvement as a panel member. I hope and wish that can be understood in that context. There are two things. There is my role as the chief director, and then there is the panel, which I was not involved in. I said, I am responsible for performing the administrative duties and also providing technical advice in the process. I also wrote, responding to the chairperson, the last paragraph, I said I did not attend any meeting since I did not receive any invitation for the meeting. Paragraph 5 of the appointment letter states that the date of the nomination committee meeting will be communicated to you in due course. I was not invited to be part of the panel. Yes, I was appointed as a member.
Thanks. Nadenguban, when you are chief director of SETAs, your KPIs, your competencies, initially, when you are saying administratively and technically you are there to advise, you are part of the process. Don't confuse the two. I want to assist you. The panel is appointing. You are the receiver and initiator who should advise properly as you are going to hand over the documentation to whoever you're going to give to. And you must present to whoever you're going to present to. Agree. As your participation, you are the initiator of the process. You received nominations. Who did you give to the nominations? If you are saying you did not participate.
I gave them to the minister, not the panel, because I didn't know the panel.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. The other thing I want to ask you, Guban, is that do you know Tate Luvuyo Makas?
No, I don't know him.
Is he an employee to the department?
I don't know him. The department comprises of a large number of employees, maybe, but I don't know him.
If he dealt with SETAs, why would this possible that you don't know him? Because he's the one who approached a chairperson.
Sorry, can you repeat?
If he is the one who was dealing with the SETAs, one of the minister's advisors, does he not work at the department?
I don't know Mr. Marcus as an employee of the department. In fact, I heard for the first time when I read about it.
Okay, thanks for that. Chair, I think we should also agree that we should also summon Master Luvuyo Makasi to come and clarify his role onto the process of the SETAs. I want to get to another question. And that if, like the minister could have alluded, the minister said that the panelists are volunteers. Were you going to volunteer?
That we didn't even get to talk about those processes. So, and it is for that reason when I heard what was said that people were not going to be remunerated, and you'll see in my letter, I say to the minister, whatever the intention may have been for advocates, whether it's a paid brief or it's a pro bono or a pro amico brief, you can't do it without the involvement of the attorney. That's why I was addressing that issue, so that whether remuneration or no remuneration, which we never got to, it's immaterial for me, for purposes of whether my appointment was finalized.
So thanks. I'm asking this because we need to establish as to when the minister could have said to us previously that the volunteers, the panel will be volunteers. And I know that for the fact you never participated. I'm asking you because if it was volunteers, there was not going to be a need for us to even attain it to our point because we are doing the work voluntarily. So thank you for that. Ndadonguban, my last question, because the minister is not there, most of the questions are for the minister. Did you take leave of absence when you're performing your duties?
Maybe let me clarify that the Gazette was issued on the 19th of November, 2024. So there is December time, which we went on leave, but I came back on the 3rd of January. That period is the period when, after the Gazette was issued. So during December time was the capturing of the nominations. I did not take any leave except that period of December, which I came back, I think, on the 3rd.
Thank you, Chair. I'm fine.
Thank you. Even if you're saying you're not fine, your time was done. So, just one or two questions, and then I'll come back to you. Just one or two questions. Honorable Souls wants to ask a question after the time has expired. So allow us to ask first, Honorable Souls. Latenguban, you are an employee of the department. Earlier on in the meeting, I indicated that I received an apology from Ms. Rulane Ngwenya, who indicated that you guys in the department had received an email from the Director General's office indicating that one, the meeting was postponed, two, I don't know what happened. So do you have this email from the Director General's office that confirms the claims by Ms. Rulane Ngwenya?
I did receive the email, but I think it is important for its content to be read for the committee.
Yeah.
I have about 4 emails. I'll read all of them.
On this specific day? Okay, let's hear.
The first email is dated 15 July 2025. Dear senior managers, please note that the Office of the Honorable Minister has forwarded an apology and they will not be attending the Portfolio Committee on Friday. Therefore, we are not required to support the Minister. Respectfully, full stop. The second email.
So this email comes from where?
Oh, sorry. It comes from the Chief Director in the Office of the Director General.
Okay.
The second one, dear senior manager, this one is dated 15 July, okay. Dear senior managers, may you please be on standby as the Portfolio Committee has requested our Honorable Minister to reconsider her apology of not attending the session. Senior managers will be informed accordingly following the Honorable Minister's response to the Portfolio Committee. I hope you find that in order. Respectfully, full stop. That is the second one.
From the same person?
Same person.
I'll give it to you.
The third email on the 17th of July, 2025. Dear senior managers, the Office of the DG wishes that senior managers use their discretion to the situation we are finding ourselves in. Please note that the Portfolio Committee has not accepted the Honorable Minister's apology of not being able to attend the Portfolio Committee. They have requested the Honorable Minister to reconsider it as they deem her appearance more important. The Office of the DG is still waiting for guidance. The Office of the DG is still waiting for guidance from Ministry. Please note that the Portfolio Committee has followed up this morning regarding the presentation for tomorrow. In that regard, I've requested the parliamentary liaison officers in the Office of the DG to engage with the parliamentary the parliamentary liaison officer and the office of the Honorable Minister. Noting the request, it looks like the meeting is sitting tomorrow. May I humbly request the senior managers to make travel arrangements for any eventuality. I hope you find the above in order, respectfully. Then the last email,
What time was that one? The one we've just read?
12:31.
Okay.
Oh, the second last, not the last one. This one, 1458. Dear senior managers, please note that it has come to the attention of the DG's office that you had received personal invitation to appear before Parliament. Therefore, the process that the office of the DG was coordinating was the normal process of supporting the Honorable Minister. Please note that you are individually liable to honor your invitation. Kind regards.
What time was that?
1458. The next one, 1501. Dear senior managers, please find confirmation that you are expected to attend the portfolio committee tomorrow. This one is directed to myself and Roland Ngwe, DTG. Then the last one, it came last night at 23:15. Dear my esteemed DTG, please note that it has come to the attention of the office of the DG that individuals were invited and the office of the DG was not copied. The individuals should honor their invitations to the portfolio committee. I hope you find this in order. That one was sent at 23:15. I think it also follows the inquiries which were made by the DTG, Mr. Mvalo, and the DTG, Ms. Roland Ngwenya, asking as to what should we do. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Very helpful. So, so on the meeting of the 30th, a question, I know Honorable Low asked it, but I'm asking it different. A question was asked to you that do you know anything about this process of the SETA chairpersons? You were, I think, number 3 in answering that question. And you had said no. Why did you say no?
I did not say no to mislead the committee. I might have misunderstood the question, which I thought it to be asking me about my involvement as a panel member. And in case I misunderstood the question, I would humbly apologize if that was interpreted, if that is how it was interpreted. But I thought the question to be asking me about my role in the process.
Okay. At the time, we did not know that you are a panel member. It's okay. We'll discuss as the committee what we do. I think we've had yourself. So, Advocate Terry, you said you were, so prior to you being approached, Mr. Makasi called you and asked if you are willing to assist in this process. did you ask in what capacity was he making that inquiry?
Sorry, Chair, you're saying prior to getting the email from the minister? No, I didn't ask, Chair.
Okay. So maybe you thought it's a normal way of the briefing parts that you guys sometimes do as lawyers and advocates.
You'd know, Mr. Makasi has operated in within the public institutions of government. So I didn't see anything untoward about him saying, would I be willing to assist? Or even asking why is he asking me, or what would be his role? It wasn't an issue.
Okay. Before we close, you had a follow-up, Lonzi, let's start with you. It must be quick, less than a minute, a follow-up.
Yeah, no, it's a follow-up, Chair. Just that my time ended back then and I wanted to be disciplined and stop. So that I'm not removed by bouncers. Just the last one, Mr. Mabuza. Why didn't you respond to the letter from the minister appointing you to be in the board? Especially because both you and I have established that this has never happened before. It's not, so when you suggest in your letter that you didn't respond because this is your everyday work, you've been doing this since 2011 and all of that, but here is your minister, your employer in bracket, in inverted commas as you put, sending you a letter, appointing you to such an important panel. But not only that, something that you say to us has never happened before.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you respond to that letter?
Sure. Mr. Nguban.
I did not write any acceptance letter. I'm not sure if I acknowledge receipt, I can check that. But I viewed my appointment as part of my normal duties. I did not write any acceptance. That one I can confirm. But because I expected that there will be continuous engagements between the minister's office and myself, and then I expected that I'll be notified, then we'll work.
Okay. Honorable Souls.
Advocate, thank you very much for educating us on the technical difference between lie and mislead. Based on that, I would like to ask now, did the minister mislead the committee when she said that you have been appointed chairperson of the panel and you did not attend the meetings?
Thank you, Chair. Just to repeat again, yes, I did say earlier. Remember, one of the three things that I say happened. One of them was misleading, so I say yes.
Also, she did mislead the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Tate Mutau. I think you've been clear with everything. Tate Mabuza, Ngubane, just quickly, I'm going to say 5 things and I need you to help me understand if my understanding is correct. So you suggested to the ministry that there must be, for the first time, a panel that must be set up instead of the process that was followed in the past, a selection and evaluation process. After that, the minister then appoints you and Advocate Terimutau, but you as chairperson of the panel that you recommended to her that must exist. The minister gives you a letter, she appoints you, but you don't respond to that letter because you think it's normal, because it's part of your duties, which is a new set of things that you recommended to the minister. But then you then process the applications of the SETA boards. And after you process them, you send them directly to the minister, CCing the Director General and not to the panel
Thank you.
that you said the minister must appoint. Is this, do I understand correctly?
I think the honorable member does not understand it correctly. I only got the appointment letter appointing me. I was not informed who other panel members are. Secondly, when I was submitting the nominations, I was submitting them on the minister's request. I couldn't send them to any other person.
Ngubane? Mkhize, sorry. Where do I start?
Yeah, start with the junior students, and I will sweep. Ntate Ngubane, just for me to be well grounded on the case you're advancing here. I'm asking if by virtue of participation in the process, because you did participate, but by virtue of conducting your own normal duties, we have agreed on that one. So my follow-up question on that one, would you say you had zero influence as to who gets appointed in the end by participating through your normal duties?
Not at all.
No influence?
Not at all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ntate Ngubane.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Advocate Terry Motau, the meeting of the two gentlemen, Advocate Mr. Luvo Makasi and the other one. Yes, so now. Are you aware that Mr. Luvo Makasi previously in the Department of Water, as well as in the Department of Minerals and Energy, the guy was in charge there, or the guy was the advisor to Minister Nomvula Mokonyane during the war on leaks, and he was on the newspaper about a whole lot of scandal. Are you aware of those articles? And did that came to your mind when you met him, or it didn't at all?
I'm aware of Mr. Makasi's involvement in the water department and the Minister Mokonyane. I'm not aware about the minerals, etc. But it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't an issue at the time. Because you recall I said, when someone asks you whether you were prepared to assist the minister with the process, say yes, you're willing to assist, because you know your involvement is guided by ethics. There must be an attorney, I must be told what are the terms of reference. There is going to be an independent panel that's going to be appointed. I'm assuming it's people with different expertise that need to be brought to bear for purposes of appointing this SETA board. So I didn't understand him to be involved post gauging, I think, my appetite to assist the minister. That's not the impression I got. Whether he, maybe put differently, I didn't even get an impression that he was going to be part of the panel. Because when we were talking about the panel, we were talking about independent people that were still to be approached at the time. So it wasn't an alarm, or it didn't raise an alarm. If perhaps I understood the question.
Thanks, Ntate Ngubane. I did make mention of your role and your KPIs of lately, and I was a bit, I did mention it in a way that you should all consciously understand, and as I understand how governance operates. So my question comes that after you've submitted the nominations to the minister, in between that period, were there any technical advice you gave, or was there any request that you could have received from the minister? You never did anything, you just submitted nominations after you said there. You know, I'm asking this, Ntate Ngubane. If indeed, as you said in your letter, this is your competence, you would have known better to say that any conclusion of a process that regarding you should either technical advice or give administrative directive, because you've had more experience compared to any other director. So from the process of submitting nomination, what was your therefore roll from there, or we just not bothered, we just submitted?
Maybe let me indicate that the administrative role that I perform also includes writing the submission for the minister's approval. I did receive the list of the nomination, the list of the 21 names or candidates that needed to be appointed. I did receive those.
Okay.
It's Chief Director, SETA Coordination.
The time is past now. Let's do this, colleagues. Let's thank you, Mr. Nguban and Advocate Matau for coming. We really appreciate taking time. There was something that I can't remember who asked you the question. If when they asked if you think there's a possibility that you will be targeted and fired at work. I can't remember who said it. Desiree. I hope that doesn't happen. We do have sometimes people appearing before the committee, and when they leave here, whether it's at the DHET college, at the university, when they get home, they are being targeted by institutions. I hope that doesn't happen. It's one thing that as this committee, we're going to fight that mentality where a student leader coming from a specific university comes present before the committee, shows us pictures of where the university is making them sleep. And then when they get back, the university targets that student or a worker who exposes such things. And when they get back, the institution targets them. It's something that we're going to fight with everything we have until we win it. We still have others who believe that they're in charge of the system and they'll use their institutional autonomy to do as they please. But it's something that we'll fight with everything we have. That will include some of the drastic changes that we would want to propose on the Higher Education Act, on the CET Act, on the Skills Development Act, because it can't be business as usual. When we have very learned people, advocate, who use this act to suppress dissent, it can't be. We don't like dissent. We want systems that works, almost automatically to advance the plight of our people. But in order for us to get there, there are certain disruptions in the system that must be exerted, and we're going to do that. So we wish you all the best, colleagues. I know Honorable Zondo wanted us to ask that you come next week. I don't think it will be necessary. I think we've exhausted. You have said what, in essence, at the bottom line of your letters is that you were not, you did not execute any duties as panel members. And I think that's the bottom line that you are giving us. But we want to thank you there. We will give the minister, we are people who believes in the law. The minister was invited. We will invite her. We've sent a letter inviting her to Tuesday. I had applied for Tuesday. The House chairs approved the day for Tuesday. So the meeting will sit on Tuesday. Because we must also give the minister In law, you call it Audi, what? The right of reply. So she must come and set the record straight. Like I said, I can't read the letter into the record now, but she has written to us. Also, when we asked her to respond on the 25th of June, so we do have a response. So she will come and indicate her side together with we're going to write to the others, Ngwenya, Simane, and Solani. We're going to, and the DG. The DG is in China. I think he should be back by Monday. So there's no problem. He will be here on Tuesday. And the DG will clarify the letters that come from her office, creating confusion on whether we have cancelled our meeting or not. So we will, I'd forgotten to say the acting DG was here on Wednesday. And yesterday afternoon sent us an apology that he can't come because he's got a long-standing commitment. The department, and we'll talk to them on Tuesday, they've got this tendency of creating a crisis as if we convene the meeting at 9 a.m. on Thursday for Friday. We never do that. We write to them on time. When we convene meetings, normal meetings, we give them a program for the quarter. So they know that on the 19th of August, we are meeting X, Y, and Z. The department will sit and say, and write to us on the 18th of August and say to us, we had a long agreed program. They write to us a day before when they've had the program in June. So on Tuesday, we'll also speak to them because it just cannot be, because they're creating a problem in the system. On Tuesday, when we met, there was a letter anonymous letter we had received from the department where an employee or somebody who's purported to be an employee of the department indicated to us that she was coerced in being part of the panel, and she refused. And she's afraid that she's going to be fired. I've written to the department. I don't know if they responded. I've written to the DG to clarify that part. So when that meeting sits next week, we will get an answer to that. But thank you very much. I think today, members, you behaved except very earlier on when Honorable Kaka wanted to speak about, see, when we give you time, speak there, but don't want to, when I give you an opportunity to speak on way forward, you want to bring in your political, it's not going to happen. We're going to run our meetings with discipline and all of that. So we will meet on Tuesday. Want to thank you, members, for sticking to what we asked you to stick to. You have not, I know Honorable Lonzi sometimes, he likes saying that it's my 15 minutes. I can ask him what tie they are wearing. At least today he did not do that. Stuck to the script of asking relevant questions on what was on the table. I think we'll take it, like I said, we've concluded earlier on when legal guided us on other matters which we've closed. So we're not going to submit any supplementary, Desiree, any supplementary to or supplementary documents to a political party submission in the ethics committee. You are on your own there. We're still busy with our process this side. We're not going to do a political statement by going to a court just because some deputy minister was fired. That was on a lighter note. Having said, colleagues, want to thank you. Yeah, no. That's my view as well. That if it makes Honorable Khachau to bring back, to bring out Gogozile, maybe let's fire another one. Maybe let's whisper to the president to fire to fire John this time. That was on a lighter note, members. Thank you very much. This meeting is now adjourned. Thanks. We had prepared lunch for you, colleagues. Now, just take lunch.